Is the rabbit mount the best mount since Stufferton? Oh, what is going on? Uh, we have a problem. We have a problem, Houston. Okay. There's part of the problem fixed. Apparently I broke something again. How why does this happen to me? I feel like I'm Steven. I feel like we're just gonna do without the blurry background today. Um wow, what is going on? Okay. Hopefully some of my problems will be fixed today. I'll have the new monitor. Fucking Zetrix, man. My web designer is just like, you need a new monitor because your HDR on the monitor you bought is only 10 plus, and knowing you and how you like your colors, you need it to be 100 plus. But here's an $800 monitor. Just go ahead and buy that. It'll be fine. And so, of course, I tried to rationalize why I shouldn't buy an $800 monitor with a $100 mounting bracket, and then I said, "Fuck it! I have a $7,000 PC. Fucking an extra. What's another $1,000, right? What's making the cost of my setup a cost of a car? It's okay. It's okay." So, why does Jay like his colors when he can't see half of them? The reason why Jay likes his colors rich and vibrant because I can only see half of them. Give me 1 second. Apparently, so there's a reason why I'm discombobulated. I'll appreciate that. Boom, right off the bat. I'll take a sub. You guys heard some of that music at the beginning of the show. That is where your money goes. I actually have a lot of news. I just don't have any of it written down. So let me make a quick note. On that. But you guys, if you're on my Discord, you will see that I linked the new introduction video, or the new intro video. I probably could show it on the stream, but my morals and my ethics sort of tell me that I shouldn't be using, although I've paid for it, it's not the final version, although I'm not making any changes to the intro. I like the intro. I showed it to somebody else this morning. They said you probably need some text on it. I don't really want, no. He bit my elbow. I don't want to show off something on the stream, which is kind of a commercialized product, until I have paid for it. But it is on my Discord and my feedback channel, because you're all, you know, on the quality support team at Paradox. So I feel okay with that. So that was my big thing this morning. For some odd reason, I woke up kind of early, and I no idea why. And I checked my phone, and Kong Vector, who is my design studio, sent me a message, and they said, or last night they told me, they said, you're going to be the first delivery of the morning. And I said, that's cool. I said, you guys take your time though. Don't rush on my account. Take your time. Take your time. And they said, no, you're the first delivery. And so stop it. But yeah, so they delivered everything to me. What was playing earlier is good waiting room music at the very least, but I think it's good for the channel to get your own sound. That is the sound. that is the custom music. That is the music that I paid for. What did I play for you guys this morning? I played Chapter 5, The Lost Child. The good news with that is I contracted out, or I am in the process, I'm going to sign the gig today for Chapter 1's music. Chapter 1 is written. The novel is written. So now I gave I feel Chapter 1, I feel the first piece of the project needs the entire written chapter. Because if the first piece, if the introduction to the soundtrack isn't exquisite, I'm not going to hook people. People might have their favorite tracks in the almost 2 hour long extravaganza that is, that is this project. But this guy, everybody else is delivered in like 4 days, 8 days. This composer that I went with to lead track 1, he said 30 days. Let's see. That is a scale runner, Atomic Dimebag. Good name. I like it. That particular item is legal in my state. It's not everywhere, so I'm not going to go into it, but I will say that it is an amazing name. When we get into the structure of your name, that is amazing. The morning I've had, I could use an Atomic Dime bag. It's a bag full of dimes that you get your soda out of the vending machine. Calm yourself down. That is a scale runner. I don't know why. Yeah, dual. Oh, it has dual meaning? Well, I know one of the meanings. And I gave you a second. Oh, my love for Dimebag Darnell and the other thing. Okay, I got that's cool. I gave you 3. I gave you a third meaning though. A dime bag, the bag full of dimes that you use for the vending machine to get your morning soda. So that's like a triple. That's like a hat trick, man. This game is called Ashes of Creation. So Atomic Dimebag. I'm gonna do this. Not that I usually don't shamelessly shill this early in the show, and I don't care if you specifically, I don't care if you use the referral link, but that'll take you over to ashesofcreation.com. I don't think I have an ashesofcreation.com command, but I do want to make one of those. Let me do this. Ashesofcreation.com command. I don't have one. But right now I don't really want to send you to their webpage because we don't want to have another webpage discussion. Anyway, this game is Ashes of Creation. It's an MMORPG in development by a studio called Intrepid Studios. They're based out of San Diego. They just reached about the 95-member development team. It was privately funded by the owner. The owner is independently wealthy. He is a gamer. He's been a gamer his whole life. He's 35 years old. His first experience with gaming was, I forgot which version. I want to say Neverwinter on AOL. I may not be right if he was playing Neverwinter on AOL. I know there was a version of Neverwinter on AOL, but he got in trouble when he was a kid because Neverwinter on AOL was like $6 an hour. It was like $6 an hour. And little Steven got his oh, there we go. That's so much better. Thank you. We'll talk about the website then. Yeah, his first gaming experience was on AOL. He would have been about 6 years old. So that would have been about 1991. And I remember because I'm 5 years older than Steve. I'm 6 years older than Steven. I remember the game he's talking about. It was one of the major reasons why I became a host on AOL. Believe it or not, I used to be host local Nexus. The reason why I did that is because things like the games on AOL were then free for you. You had a no-bill account. All you had to do was host your local chat. You had to meet your requirements, and then you got all the AOL add-on features for free. But Steven is a gamer. He played Lineage 2. He played ArcAge. He played a lot of other games. He's a big 4X. He's a big 4X player. He loves Civilization. He loves competitive Civilization. We're pretty much on the agreement that it's Civ 4 is better than Civ 5, and then everything is better than Civ 6. But yeah, he loves 4X games, and so he loves MMORPGs. He loves 4X games. He's making Ashes of Creation, which has a lot of 4X-esque elements in it. Now, there are some days that when we're talking about Ashes of Creation, we have to talk about the negative. But even when we talk about the negative, the positive far outweighs the negative at this point. The positive far outweighs the negative. Big thing is that they're doing the game in Unreal Engine 4, which is going to make the game visually addicting. which is a big thing for me. I don't think that good graphics carry a shitty game, but I think shitty graphics can tank a good game. I also feel that the reason why games like Pantheon and Crowfall are kind of struggling. Pantheon's kind of struggling because unless they're gonna like, ta-da, a big Unity graphics update, Pantheon could have all the greatest gameplay in the world, but if it looks like you're playing a game from 1992, you're not gonna hold people. Not when things like, we talked about Cyberpunk. We talked about Cyberpunk on a 3090 graphics card. If I can feel like I am in the brain dance, if playing in my office, and by the way, guys, let me just tell you, I don't know what he's doing. If he's not screaming at me, he's fine. It's a cat, not a kid. I think he's peeing on the wall. I'm not even gonna turn and yell at him. I've just accepted it. Let me tell you, I can't wait for later today when I got that new monitor in. I got to mount the new monitor here. I got to move a monitor over here. I'm going to play Cyberpunk with all the monitors. All the monitors. I fucking don't care. I'm going to replicate. I'm not going to stretch the game. I'm not stretching the game. I'm replicating the game. I'm gonna duplicate the screen everywhere. I'm gonna have 3090 quality titties all over the screen. Let me see. Yeah, Zetrix, you bastard. The monitor, you said buy this. I said fuck it, swipe. I bought it. 3090 kitties. That's what it's gonna be. Ah, my lord. So, anyway, really excited this morning. Saw the Kong Vector work. This'll probably be the last, no, this Friday will be the last show on the, this current overlay. And I'm hoping that I have the new overlays set up for Monday. Although, here's the monitor as you requested. And if I'm gonna give you the monitor, I'm gonna give you an Amazon affiliate link because it costs you nothing and it funds the music. It's all for the music. I am debating whether or not I'm gonna reveal the new overlays on Monday, or if I want to. Or if I want to hold the new overlays until that streaming week. Am I going to be changing my streaming schedule to account for the March testing? 46th Nation, we are going to be streaming a lot. I will, of course, one of the deals that I have with my patrons over at Patreon is that as long as there are more than 10 as long as there's more than 10 patrons, which bit me in the ass at one point because I had 2 people add $1 sponsorships just to get me to do a 3rd show a week. But a deal's a deal, right? A deal's a deal. A toll's a toll and a roll's a roll. Yeah, I have a Patreon. Somebody hasn't scrolled down below the show. The real value isn't this face. This real value isn't this face. It's scroll down and there's value down there. Yeah, I do. So you guys know that I will beat the dog shit out of any company that does fool ass things. Okay? I will beat the dog shit out of any company that does things. But I will also give companies mad credit when they fix issues. And you guys know on Friday and on Monday, I just beat the living dog shit out of the marketing department at Intrepid Studios. If you guys watched my Monday show, I actually got people to sign up for New World. And believe you guys know that I filled out that form on Monday and they didn't they didn't get back to me. It said in a couple of hours you're going to get a message from us acknowledging that you've applied to the creator program for New World. and I never got the message. I actually feel snubbed, man. I actually feel snubbed. But anyway, Zedrix, what hertz does your power run on? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Unless you're gonna run a power converter. Anyway, last Friday they released this new website. And right here, they had this special this used to say special offer. Now, I am willing to say that my initial reaction to how badly the new website was laid out might have been based on all of the contributing factors. Now that this doesn't say special order, now that this only says pre-order now, I have to take a new look at it. And I do have the ability to objectively re-look at something that I've already looked at and had a very strong emotional response to. When I look at, I'm going to re-look at this website now. And as you guys know, I love this. I love this catchphrase. And you guys know that I'm really, really big on catchphrases. I'm really, really big on visual marketing. And then this is, you know, this is why, because oh, dude, did I throw it out? I threw it out. I'll have to re-export it. But no, I have to do it now because it doesn't make any damn sense to talk about visual marketing without me having the thing. Because otherwise I'm gonna, what the fuck? Okay. I am really, really big on visual marketing. I believe visual marketing is a skill that not many people possess. So much so that this is my unofficial advertising campaign that I do. It's very tongue-in-cheeky, but it gets you to read the message. I give you news that you didn't have because I make you see what you want to see, and then I make you read the rest because you're looking for the details. And the truth of the matter is the details in the small text isn't have anything to do with the big text, but this isn't false advertising. It's cheeky, it's clickbait, but it worked in the early the late 90s. Fuck, I'm old. Anyway, I look at this website. Now I look at this website and there's clearly some things here, like this font. This font needs a little help. This font needs a little help. You do get a little washout here, although it looks pretty good on this screen that I'm looking at. On my bad quality monitor, it looks kind of bad. I'm gonna steal this 1 second. Okay, it looks okay on my good monitor. Both my good monitors. This monitor down here that you guys see me look down at is a piece of shit. I won't have to look down there after today. Boom, someone's following. So as we go down now, this is really good. You guys know I love this statement. I love it so much. I'm going to read it again after I get a sip of tea. Experience an MMORPG where everything is permanently impacted by your actions. Explore, trade, build, and let the world take form. From your imagination through your will and into everyone's reality, what you create will be the cornerstone of the next explorer's ambition. Love it. Okay, so now when I land on this page, right? Now when I land on this page, I'm not offended because when I scroll, right? When I scroll, I'm gonna look at the top. What am I looking for? News, forums, media, shop, support account, right dead center. The primary call to action that I see when I land is you want me to register. You're not reaching into my pocket, pulling out my credit card, reading off the security code so that you can take my money. I like this landing a whole lot better. Now, one of the things people have said was, well, people when they land at the website, they want to know where to get into the store. Boom. Shop. People when they go to your website, they need to know where to go for an account reset. Boom. Account. I don't think there's if you're going to try to make an argument that the Ashes of Creation website doesn't accurate, because that was somebody's argument. I only go to a website to make purchases or go into my account. Boom. Both those things are here. When I scroll down, I am no longer met by a disingenuous phrase of special offer, because there was nothing special about the offer. There was nothing special about it. Breathe glorious life into Vera. I like it. I like it because it doesn't say buy now. It says buy now without saying buy now, but it also does, it changes pre-order now. Not special offer, not limited time. Do I think that this should be here? Hold on, let me see the rest of the page again. Latest news, key features, latest videos. So a part of me wants to say that key features should be above latest news. Actually, a part of me still wants to say key features should be above this. However, previous month's cosmetic, they haven't switched yet. They switch at 11. So I see this. It's nice to see. It's nice to see in the latest news. 1 out of 3 is you selling cosmetics. 1 out of 3 is news. 1 out of 3 is a video. Okay. Okay. Key features. Again, I want to say, the biggest part of me wants to say, I still think key features should be second. But looking at New World's website is phenomenal. But looking at other game sites, okay, putting the store thing, then the news. See, if we did the latest news, if we did key features before latest news, then you're going to have latest news and latest videos, and you need something else to split that. So right now, splitting latest news and latest videos with key features, I would have rather see them split latest news with latest videos with the shop thing, slide that in there. So, do you think, sir, your actual speech about all the marketing is interesting? Yes. Okay. So that's a pretty interesting question. Do I think it's interesting? Yes, I do think it's interesting. Because if I didn't think it was interesting, why would I be talking about it? Number 2, wouldn't you agree the viewers would be much more interested about gameplay? Thank you. No, I think the viewers are here because they like the show I do. And we're talking about a change that this community wanted made. So, yeah, I mean, it works like this. I'm not the show for everybody. You can go to my YouTube. You can go to Ashes 101. You can go to one of Not My Products. But one of my viewers brought up the fact that a change we advocated for happened. So yes, I do think that, it then leads me into would I have preferred Intrepid to launch, would I have preferred that Intrepid launch the website now with the 2 changes they've made, the referral system working and that shop change? Yes, absolutely. Could Intrepid have had a better website launch if they've done the things I've said where they have people in their community that'll give them feedback? Sure. They have a group of people called the Phoenix Initiative that are under a pen and ink NDA. I think you need to, thank you. I think you need to have I think you need to have a group of people that are going to give you feedback that didn't pay $2,500 to be in the fanboy club. But I still think, and I don't know if they showed off the new website to the Phoenix Initiative beforehand, but they've previously showed stuff to the Phoenix Initiative that then launched that was still rough and needed changes. So, as a person who's never heard of this game before, the only issue after browsing the site for a good 5 to 10 minutes is I can't find a price for the game. I can find items for the game, but not, I can buy items for the game, but not the game. Good feedback. I want to write that one down because you're brand new. So, price of the game not evident. And then I want to put a second bullet under that, and I want to put business model not evident. That's good feedback. See, that's good feedback because I can then take that, I can roll it up and say to them, yeah, free with a sub is so weird to read. Yeah, it is. It's really a no box price game. It's a monthly sub only. Do you believe a website should be tailored for new players or the existing player base? Both. Both. So your website. So your website doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. Your website doesn't have to be. Your website doesn't have to be. Tailored only for new players or only for core players. You do, and I'm gonna you know, brag a little bit, but what you do is you do something like this, right? You know that little girl meme, and she says, why not both? The question really becomes, why not both? Side monitor. So you go to Ashes 101, which is my website, and here's the welcome page, and the welcome page is a landing page. It's a repository of information. What are you looking for? What do you want to see? Over on the side, I've got my newest stuff. So people who pop by Ashes 101 once a week, they see some stuff. But what do I have right here? I have a big tab called New Players. Welcome to Ashes and Frequently Asked Questions. It's a call to action. You're a new player. You say welcome to Ashes. Now you're on the part of the website that's specifically for you. People that have been playing, they already know this stuff. They already know this stuff, right? So they don't need to come in here. But a new player does. A new player has some frequently asked questions. I believe that having all of the common things in the frequently asked questions, I believe an interested gamer will spend, and we just saw, and ironically, guys, when I say stuff, I don't know Atomic Dimebag. I didn't pay Atomic Dimebag to be here today. And I said, I believe a gamer will spend 5 to 10 minutes looking for information. And 5 minutes is a little high for some people. And 10 is really high for a lot of people. But Atomic Dimebag spent 10 minutes on their website looking for answers. But if he had stumbled upon Ashes 101, he would have gotten his answers about the box price, the business model, right? His question is answered right there. Ashes of Creation is not intended to be a free-to-play game. Although Ashes of Creation will have no box price and there is no currently planned price for DLC and expansion packs, there will be a monthly subscription of $15 per month. Boom. It's on my website. The answer a customer was looking for on ashesofcreation.com can't be found there, but it can be found on my website because I know that's a question people are going to ask. In fact, you'll notice business model is the second heading I have. I have some general stuff, and then I have business model. Why do I put business model second? Because we're going to have just the pedigree, and then give me a minute worth of introduction to your game, and then tell me what it's going to cost me. Because the cost decision is where you're going to lose a bunch of people. Oh shit, monthly sub, out the door. It's like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Ashes of Creation is an MMORPG designed by Intrepid Studios. We're walking and we're walking and we're walking and we're stopping. There's going to be a monthly subscription of $15 per month. For those of you no longer interested in taking the tour of the game, here is a side exit. Please exit quietly while the rest of us continue. And we're walking and we're walking, and here's some features. And here's some features, and we're going to talk PvE and crafting. And now we're going to talk PvP, and we're stopping. There is non-consensual PvP in the game. Ladies and gentlemen that aren't interested in this type of game, there is a side door. Please exit quietly as the rest of us were walking. And you see what I'm saying? I tell you about the game. I tell you the business model. I know I'm going to lose people at that decision point. I'm going to lose people. I'm walking and I'm walking and I'm walking. We're going to have non-consensual PvP, and I know I'm going to lose people there. They were interested because they got past the business model door, and now they want to go to the side. Do I monitor the Ashes 101 analytics? Yes. How many visitors? Yes. Am I going to share that information with you? No. Is it growing? Yes. Is it anywhere near the wiki? Hell no. Right now, Zetrix just made another change to the wiki. Which somebody said, hey, this doesn't happen and it makes your site look bad. They were right. I kicked it over to Zetrix. No, yeah. If all you wanted to know is, does the wiki get more views? Yes, the wiki gets way more visits. Let's see. My fellow neckbeards, I don't have a neck beard. I shaved today. I did forget to shave for a couple of days. Every day that I jumped in the shower, I looked over and my shaving cream was on the fucking sink, and I was like, I'm not getting out. Ashes 101 is incredible, such a gold mine and simplified. Yes. By the way, guys, I did want to share this. This got brought up. A couple of times. Let me jump out here to the pre-show. I want to let you guys know that I was not happy with the first version of the Steampunk Sniper hoodie. I didn't like the way this printed. So on the Steampunk Sniper hoodie, I've taken this version off the shop. And now on the front, it's just the cog and the chibi and bigger. The back I was pretty happy with. I moved over to Teespring. So I know some people were asking me, and Teespring let me make zip up hoodies from the get-go. And then people were asking me about, well, if I'm always going to say wear your damn masks. Well, you know, I had to put chibi on a mask. This is the most comfortable mask. This is the most comfortable mask I own, and I have about 15 of them because I'm notorious for leaving them at home. So yeah, I wanted to show off swag. It's how it works. You missed the days when Ashes 101 was a completely black and white website. Okay. So I am so thankful to have met a couple of people, Zetrix being the primary one, but there were several people who helped teach me some HTML stuff. Somebody else designed the footer. We ran with it. So I have very bad color vision. I have very, very, very bad color vision. I don't see blue very well, and I see black really well, and I don't really see light. Like, my wife is constantly like grabbing me and like walking me out of the way of people. Because I just don't see them very well. Well, I did the website on stark white and solid black because that's what I like looking at. And everybody who went to the website, everyone who went to the original Ashes 101 website was like, dude, my eyes, I'm blinded. So thankfully, I don't need to go to the website. I have the Word document. I also want to let you guys know, we played around with the idea of translating, we played around with the idea of translating Ashes 101 into multiple languages. That turned out to be so much ass pain that, that was just, I'm going to show you guys real quick, but that was just so much ass pain that's not conceivable. Doing German, Spanish, French, Portuguese, that is not conceivable. I have this page done. What we're going to do is we're going to have the website available in other languages as downloadable PDFs. So I will have the text, because I have this entire website as a Word document. I will give the page to be translated to the translators. They will translate it into the various languages, and then it'll be like available as a downloadable PDF. That way, if there's a change, if there's a change, I don't have to then. It's eliminating a bunch of touch time. A bunch of touch times. Atomic Dimebag, that website is the best resource for a full in-depth dive of what this game has to offer. However, I don't want you to feel like an idiot asking questions. You're gonna laugh because you're new and we get new people here. I have been doing this show since July, and I said to my community, when we get to the point where I feel that I'm not answering any questions anymore, that everybody is fully up to speed on Ashes, then I'll start playing something. Cyberpunk came and went. A couple of other games have come and gone. And I'm still doing 5-hour shows where 3.5 or more of the hours is answering people's questions. I love what I do. I love what I do. It takes a burden off of the Discord, the Ashes of Creation Discord. It takes a burden off of their community manager and their community marketing lead. I will answer all the questions. I will answer all the questions. I don't mind. There are no stupid questions. There are no stupid people if they're willing to ask good questions. But there are stupid people. But not stupid people aren't people asking questions. Stupid people ask stupid questions. Uninformed people just ask questions. Wait a minute. Am I supposed to be somewhere today? Hold on. My morning routine is completely gone, and I'm not allowed to have coffee till noon again. Okay, no, nothing. Good. I got in a bad habit of having my coffee at like 9 in the morning, and that was breaking my intermittent fasting. And it's why I got fat again. God damn it. So, I had something. Oh, I believe that every MMO in development needs a healthy content creator community. You don't have to like my stuff. You don't have to like my stuff. Some people like my stuff. Some content creators use my stuff to make their own stuff. And that's fine too. Just don't steal my copyrighted, logos, icons, the stuff I create. But if you want to watch my video and then regurgitate my video in your own format, have at it. I can't stop you anyway. It's like, why would I get mad? I can't stop you. But somebody jumped on a new content creator. I feel that if a game doesn't have a healthy group of content creators, the game is destined to fail. Because if you can't reach out, if you can't reach all the nooks and all the crannies, and you never know when you reach somebody who then turns your game who instantly gives your game like a massive amount of coverage. Take, for example, the Lazy Peon did that video that has reached over 2 million views. Asmongold showcased it and then talked to Steven. Tim the Tatman showcased it and then talked to Steven. Summit 1G and Shroud showcased it and then talked to Steven. So this one video was a rock in the lake. It threw out ripples, and then the fish hit the water, and then those fish hit in the water, those hit ripples. And I saw a 1,300 person increase in my YouTube because of the Lazy Peon's video. If I look at my statistics, if I look at my numbers, immediately after the Lazy Peons video and then the big media push, and if you guys haven't seen all those media pushes, on the link tree for Ashes 101, which I have to update later today. Update link tree. I was at Disney and I saw my subscriber count just hitting numbers. One content creator caused a huge swell in the game community, or in this particular game's community. You got this little content creator just trying to get started, and somebody said, he said in his video, he said, Steven Sharif has privately funded Ashes of Creation. And 20,000 people backed the Kickstarter, taking Ashes of Creation to be the most successful backed MMORPG project in the history of Kickstarter. And the person jumped on him and they said, well, if they did a Kickstarter, Steven isn't privately funding it. And then they went on to say you should do your research before you make a video. And that puts that content creator in a really bad spot. They have to respond to that statement. But what do they respond with? It's a trap. No matter what they respond with, they're going to get hit with the follow-up. So I just dropped onto their channel and I said, well, if you're going to call out a new content creator and say he needs to do research, then you need to do research. Because saying Steven privately funded the game and them doing a Kickstarter, these are not mutually exclusive statements. Steven did fund the core viable product. 8 races, 8 primary archetypes, a 480 square kilometer world, limited naval content. No social organizations, no stock market. He funded the core viable game. Kickstarter is paying for the 9th race, 100 square kilometers extra space, which is more than 20% of the world, a 20% increase in world size. Social organizations, which are going to be a huge part of the game, the stock market, the naval content. So to say to a new content creator, you should do research. Well, you should do research. You should know more than the content creator if you're going to tell the content creator that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I felt like I had to go over there and like give a helping hand to this new creator, because this new creator has been talking to me. They're doing it the right way. They're talking to a content creator that's got some experience, and I'm not great at this. You know, but I try my best. I try to mentor new content creators. I think the guy did a great video. Now, we've got another content creator who probably needs to remove about 5 feet of stick out of his ass, the way he talks to people. But, you know, giving people advice is great. Let's see. I am new to Ashes, but it has caught my eye and your channel on it, especially Bounty Hunter. Will there be unique rewards or just gold? Trying to feel in and around what I want to aim for. Okay, so bounty hunting, let me preface this answer with Ashes of Creation is a theme box. Now, some people are used to Sandbox, and some people are used to Theme Park. Ashes of Creation is not a sandbox. And Steven has said many times, it's not a sandbox because there are rules to everything. So you can't siege somebody's town at 2 o'clock in the morning, because that would be unfair to the people who have, you know, jobs. Unlike EVE Online, which is more sandboxy in that regard, because if I want to hot drop a clock your paws at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can. If you don't have anybody online to defend it, you're just screwed. So there is a gradient of how sandboxy your game is. Now, the owner of the company says Ashes of Creation is a theme box. There is a box. It is like your board game box. There we go. It is like your board game box, and when you open it up, there are pieces and there are parts that you play with. So bounty hunting is actually in multiple boxes. The first one that it is in is the anti-gank box mechanic. So it touches that theme. It also touches the 8 meaningful PvP themes. It also touches horizontal progression, and it also touches the PvP season. Although I'm pretty sure it touches the PvP season through horizontal progression. So, for example, you will not get gold directly from being a bounty hunter. Now, a lot of people hear the bounty hunter system and they immediately think EVE Online, where I put a bounty on your head through a mechanic. It's been alluded to that they may do something like this. However, right now, we don't have any specific statement that I can put a bounty on your head, and then when you die, I can collect your ear, I can go to the board, I can turn the ear in, and I can get the bounty. We haven't heard anything like that. However, there is a quasi-faction war. Ashes of Creation is a factionless game. There is a quasi-faction war between the bounty hunters and the corrupted. The more progression you make in hunting corrupted, if you're a bounty hunter, the more PvP season rewards you get as for gear enhancements. Now, unlike other games where you put a gear enhancement in your gear and it lasts forever and you never have to continuously progress, gear enhancements degrade over time. So if you got a specific bounty hunting gear enhancement and you want to always have that gear enhancement, you're going to have to continue being, Mando and going out there and hunting bounties. So no, it is not just gold and what you loot from them when they drop. There is a bounty hunting progression tree. Now, is there a corrupted progression tree for when they fight the bounty hunters only? I do not know. I do not believe so. However, Steven likes to give, it's like Steven's got the Steven's got the 4,000 page game design document, and every so often when he's talking to me, he likes to do one of these. Okay, and I'm like, wait, what? And he's like, nope, no pauses, and I can't rewind, and I can't freeze the screen, so it's like whatever I read. Steven likes to give little sneaky peeks into what's in his mind and what's in the game design document. So when he mentioned a lot of the changes with the corrupted versus the bounty hunters, I would not be surprised if there was a horizontal progression for the corrupted, because if there's not going to be enough bounty hunters. Hi. That is the arm of my chair. Do you feel that it's a good place to perch? Okay. Let's see. Will players be able to go to a specific place in a node to identify if it's a vassal node where the mother node is? Or will this information be readily available as long as you're within the node? Great question. Yes, there will be somewhere that you can go in the node to find out information about the node. With that said, will it be on the map? No, I do not believe so. Will it be on your map once your character knows that information? Yes. Will it update unless you go and update? No. It's not going to be like EVE Online where you can go into the faction map, and as soon as a solar system or a region flips hands in control, then your map, like you can be on the far side of the map, click down at the lower thing, and you can see all the changes. The way Steven's alluded to it is you will have to physically, manually go and travel to those places in order to see the map change. The map will also have fog of war. One of the features they want to add to the game is the scribe system, where you'll be able to make an updated map, trade them, sell them, whatever, and have information available. They also want to have in scientific nodes in the library, college, university, academy, unique building. It has 4 names as it levels up. As the node stage levels up, the building levels up. That you can go and get information about the world. So, yes, you will be able to get that information. The information will not be shoved into your face. It will not be idiot mode. You will be able to get that information, but how is what we're still waiting on. Good question. I do hope that they have a bounty hunting system where you do put a bounty on someone's head, but the bounty hunter would get corruption if he's green. As well as the enlister, maybe. Yeah, the bounty hunting system, let me tell you, putting money on somebody's head. We used to just kill each other in EVE if our bounties got too high. We would just jump into a clone with no implants and get killed, and then you'd get the bounty. And then what CCP did is they changed it where the bounty was related to the value of the loss on the kill mail and percentage. It's just like complex formula. And so it became where bounties became a joke. Let's see. I'm trying to grasp the concept of the PvP states that affects the death penalty. Do we select between green and purple and it goes red if you kill a green? Yes, kind of. So you're right on the fact that if you kill a green, you go red. You choose to fight back and go purple and get 50% of a death penalty, or you choose to remain green, take a full death penalty, and then give the other guy corruption. So it's kind of like a game of chess, and it's absolutely like a game of chess in moves and counter moves. And remember, the time to kill in this game is designed to be about 30 seconds. They want to have a nice long time to kill. They don't want to have a Arcage scenario where a Dark Runner pops out of stealth, 2 hits you, you're dead, and there was absolutely no. The people who say, well, you could have counterplayed it. There is no counterplay to. He popped out of stealth, he tripped me, and then he shadow smites me from behind while I'm laying on the ground tripped, and then I don't have any mitigation and I'm dead. There's no counterplay to that. There is no counterplay to that. So the time to kill is going to be hopefully about 30 seconds. you're gonna make the choice. They attack you. Yes, by default, everybody is green. There is so I give me 1 second. My tea bottle's empty. My throat is kind of dry today. I know what you're asking, and I'll be right back. Man, I'm so embarrassed. I just went into my fridge, and one of my favorite movies is Chronicles of Riddick. And I just went into my fridge, and it was like empty gun rack. I have no teas made. Tamir is gonna help me out and make a bunch. I told you guys I got up early, and I spent from 6:30 till 7:15 showing off or doing the revisions for Kong Vector. I drove my daughter to school because she's a spoiled princess. And then I got home and I worked from 7:27 until I actually almost forgot to start the stream. It was like 8:52 and I looked at the clock and I was like, oh shit. So, where were we? Oh yes. Game is very much like a series of chess moves. You attack me. And I have entire videos on this on the website if you're looking for more details. I linked Death and Dying, but I have examples of corruption and all that stuff. You'll love Ashes 101. If you've ever been a gamer, you're going to love Ashes 101. So what happens is you attack me. Now I have a choice. I can choose to flag and defend myself. Because remember, in order to defend myself against a purple, I have to flag. To defend myself against a red, thank you for the follow. In order to defend myself against a red, I do not need to flag. So different scenarios have different, you know, bits and pieces going on. Again, I would love to sit down with Jeff, not with Steven. I think Steven's a good dude, but I would love to sit down with Jeff and talk about the flagging system. In more along the lines of explain it to me and then let me explain it back. Because the more I spend on the corruption system, the more confused the more I spend on the flagging system, the more confused I get. I think what they're trying to accomplish can only be done a certain way because of flagging rules. But if I'm a green and I'm attacked by a purple, I have to make a decision. Do I stand there and take it, die, and give them corruption? Or do I flag up and fight back and they don't get corruption if they kill me, but then I can also beat them and not die? So there's a bunch of there's a bunch of decision trees. If I choose to stand there and take it, then the person who attacked me has a decision tree. Well, I know that they haven't flagged up. So if I kill them, I get corruption, or I could walk away. It's the same system from Lineage 2. It's like 95% Lineage 2. Somebody once tried to explain to me what the one difference between Intrepid's flagging system and Lineage 2's is. And I think that's where the piece was. The flag lasts forever. Hold up. If you go purple, the flag lasts. Hold on. You got a mistake there. Give me 1 second. If you go purple, the flag lasts, I believe, 60 seconds. It takes 60 seconds of no combat for you to revert back to your green state. If you're red, you're perpetually red until you die or you work off your corruption. It makes no sense to go green. You lose more than just staying purple. You've got that backwards. You can't go green. You started green. It does make sense to stay green in the regards that I know that I have zero chance. I have zero chance of beating you. I'm gathering stone and you jump me and you start attacking me. I know I have no chance to beat you. I can see your gear buff. I see that you're in. I know that I'm a cleric. You're in cloth. You're in epic cloth. I'm a healer. I'm in medium, but I have zero chance of beating you because you're wearing cloth. Why am I going to flag? Sure, if I'm gathering stone, why am I going to flag? Stone is useless. Great, congrats, you killed me. I'll take the death. I'll lose a full death penalty of my stone. I'll respawn at the respawn point. I'll go to wherever. I'll drop off my stone and then I'll go back to where I was and I'll go back to gathering stone, or I'll go somewhere else because of how the nodes respawn. I might not be incentivized to go to where I know you're going to be. I'll go somewhere else. But where the incentive for me to not flag is that now you're red. And so if I lost 10,000 XP from that death, when you die, you're going to lose 30,000 XP or 40,000 XP because your death penalty is 300% to 400%. Also, in the grand scheme of karma, I know, and I don't know what the drop rates are. I'm going to say 25%. Say the drop rate is 25% of your gatherables. I know that if I dropped 25 stone when I died, I would have dropped 12 if I went purple because I would have had a half death penalty. You, on the other hand, when you die, you're going to drop pretty much all of your gatherables because you have a 400% penalty. So in the grand karma scheme, this works because it's trying to balance two things, and it does. It does balance these things very well. Number one, Intrepid doesn't want to make the game. Intrepid doesn't want to have the system where the game becomes a gank box. Nobody wants to play it in a gank box. Is that a meow or a hiss? Because you're gonna have a kitty bed. Sorry, he's messing with the window and he's going to throw me off. If in the grand scheme of things, you're going to get a bigger penalty, then Intrepid has accomplished the idea that they don't want their game to be a gank box, but they also don't want their game to be New World. A lot of people said, I won't play a game if there's opt-in PvP. PvEers, Care Bears that never fight, they don't want to be murdered. So how do you balance people who never want to be murdered with not wanting the game to become a complete gank box, with giving people the option to PvP when they want? Now, this is where PvPers sometimes get a little persnickety and they're not listening because they're, and I'm gonna say it how it is. PvPers are good, gankers are crybabies. When you say, I want to be able to PvP whenever I want, that's great. And you can PvP whenever you want. Well, nobody's going to fight me and I'm going to get corruption. Hold on. That argument doesn't support your position. Your position is I want to be able to PvP whenever I want. And you can. But I'm going to get corruption. That's the price. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, well then give me a more refined statement of what you're looking for, because if you say I want to be able to PvP whenever I want, I turn around and say you can. Gatherables deplete over time, makes the value of stone higher, especially if two nodes are trying to level up and need stone to do so. Yes, exactly. You're 100% correct. Gatherables do not immediately respawn. They move all around the world. So I like to use this particular map as an example. So what you have is, say these are the only 4 spots on the map where you can get blood diamonds. Well, if you mine out one of those 4 areas of blood diamonds, they don't start respawning in 6 minutes. They only respawn when somebody in one of the other areas mines out all the blood diamonds. And it is possible that they're also on a set timer like EVE Online. You're in EVE Online and you mine out a particular asteroid out of a belt. It doesn't respawn immediately. Certain asteroids respawn on certain days. So you need 10,000 blood diamonds, and the world only has 3,000 up at any given time. That's gonna take you a while. I like the red rules of engagement idea, but as a green, I take 100% penalty. But I fight back and lose 50% instead. Seems kind of backwards without diving too deep. It is, Atomic. You are rewarded for fighting back. See, the problem is the word penalty. A lot of people see the word penalty and they say, I'm being penalized by staying green. You're not actually being penalized by staying green. You're not being punished by staying green. That's just the rule of the game. When you die as a green, there is a death penalty. There's a death penalty. When you die as a purple, you take half of that penalty. That's your positive reinforcement to pursue the behavior they want. People are like, but I'm being penalized. But yeah, but the penalty is just the rule of the game. It's just the state of how it works. Everybody who dies as a green takes a penalty, whether they die in PvP or PvE. You die on a world boss, you take a death penalty. So it doesn't matter how you die when you die as a green, you died as a green. When you die as a purple, you're incentivized in PvP because you have no way to go purple while on a boss fight unless you brought somebody else in there with you that you could flag on, which I've already thought about that exploit, but we'll figure that out when we get to do more testing. I think this one area may turn some players off. It's complicated, and on the surface, it appears to punish the reds, but it still wants reds, in my opinion. I do agree with you. They do want reds. They do want reds because they're building a bounty hunting system that requires reds. So they have a game system that requires reds. But I don't think they want reds. I think they recognize the fact that there is always going to be reds. In a potential raid scenario, I should attack my mate quickly to go purple and avoid the 50% XP loss. You can't flag on your guild mates, your party mates, your raid mates, or your alliance mates. You may not flag on them at all. That is the hard no. It's interesting as to do look good to be purple. If you do combat, as chances of die is high. As green, it's just you're grinding materials. So as long as the corruption is good and they have to bait you to flag to get net corrupted, sounds like a flag buff passively, you are green actively, you be purple and forcibly, you be corrupted. Yeah, basically. You got it. If you die by a mob, do you drop certificates as well? Are those certificates destroyed, or can someone come and loot them? If you die, you drop a percentage of your gatherables. Be that gathered resources, mob drops. By the way, there's the word certificate when used as in relation to mobs dropping certificates. Certificate is just a developer term for antlers, hooves, scales, tails, teeth, beards, whatever. Other than the satisfaction of the player kill, what do you get for killing players? A percentage of their inventory, gatherables, processed goods, and mob drops. So if the person's mining blood diamonds, you get a percentage of the blood diamonds. If they have boss drops in their bag and you kill them, they'll drop those crafting mats. They will never drop finished gear unless they are corrupted. If you kill a corrupted, they have an ever-increasing RNG chance to drop gear, finished goods. Now, I know some people says, that's not fair, and my response is, don't be a murder hobo. Just don't be a murder hobo, and you'll be okay. Pop that on. Where's my collar? By the way, guys, I can't wait to get my new glasses. I'm getting Alexa glasses, so it'll have the speakers right next to my ears. I should just, pony up the $4,000 and get my hearing aids and I should just do that so that I have the Bluetooth hearing aids. But I think a $250 solution beats a $4,000 solution. You know, I'm just saying. There is no price on the quality of life. I 100% agree with you. There is no price on the quality of life. My daughter has the $4,000 Bluetooth hearing aids, and her quality of life has gone up tenfold. She is so much happier. Like, this is like how weird it is to be a parent, right? This is how weird it is to be a parent. My kid just started becoming an asshole. Like, my kid was just being like, okay, so when you're a parent and you've already raised multiple other children, you know that sometime between 11 and 13, they all become little assholes. That's what teenager, from the ancient Latin, little asshole that you created and agreed to raise until age 18. But my kid just became an absolute fucking bitch on wheels. And I finally one day was like, the fuck is your problem? Like, you have no reason to be ignoring me. Like, just being disrespectful. A couple of days later, we get this note from the school. Your daughter failed her hearing test. We were like, okay. Took her to her pediatrician. Her pediatrician gave her an ear exam. And she had scar tissue on her eardrums from having really bad ear infections. Took her to the audiologist. The audiologist is like, yeah, she needs hearing aids. Gave her hearing aids. Within like 3 days, my kid went from the fucking exorcist child to like sweet and adorable again. And I was like, she's like, I can hear you now. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, I can hear you. I was like, you couldn't hear me before? She's like, nah. It's like, don't you think you should have told me that you couldn't hear me before? She's like, I thought you were just talking really low to be a dick. I was like, I was basically yelling. She's like, couldn't hear you. She got her hearing aid. She fucked up. She got hollered at. She's good, smart kid. She's like, time out. And I'm like, she's like, hearing aids, you're too loud. She pulls out her phone and she turns down her hearing. She's like, okay. I'm like, are you trying to be an asshole to get yelled at? She's like, no. I'm like, okay, then I'll stop yelling. She's great now. She was turning into a little asshole. Let's see. This game should have... Oh, hold on. I missed one. Is there instances? Yes, there are instances. 20% of the dungeons and raids are instanced. 80% are open world. This game should have an open world with mobs giving more XP in the open world, so it would entice people to go there and XP faster, but with chance of being attacked and killed. Yes. The world is 80%. Okay, so this is a big ass world. There's also 20% more world, 20% more landmass that you can't see. Well, no, I take that back. There's 50% more landmass that you can't see. We've done extensive analysis on the map. So there's about 50% more landmass that you can't see in the Underrealm. The world is open world. They want to keep as much of it open world as they can. Now, some people have said, if they want to keep the game open world, why do they have any instances? Can we just be honest with each other for a second? They need to have instances for their storyline dungeons. Because if you try to put there are going to be people who play the game solely for the story. And if you put the storyline dungeons in the open world, I guarantee you, I guarantee you, there are going to be people that simply troll the storyline dungeons and make people quit. Those people, I want to speak to those people directly. Don't shit where you eat. In Arcage is a great example of this. I swung by Arcage not long ago. On an alt. And Unlucky Geek, I do apologize. I saw that. For what Unlucky Geek just had to do, if I ever miss your question and you feel like I've it's been several minutes and I've gone past it, put the word repost at the front of your question so I know I've missed it the first time and I make it a priority to not miss it again. Due to some of my color blindness, some of the text goes in, like right now there's 3 of you in a row with green names, and so my squirrel ass will see the next purple name and go on that question. So I swung by, no, my mic's on. I swung by Ostera and Arcade not long ago on an alt because I don't want to go there on my main. And there was nobody there. There was nobody there. And so I start looking around at who was online. You know who the only people that were online were? All the people who had cheated, paid to win, and acted like shitbirds. Great, you all have like 18K gear scores, and now you have nobody to murder. Don't shit where you eat as a gamer. That's the other thing I say about the corruption system and the flagging system. If there's a level 17 leveling, or there's a level 17 gathering, and he's gathering the materials you need, you could kill him. Or you could just as easily send him a whisper that says, hey, level 17, you're gathering dragon teeth. I need dragon teeth for what I'm doing. You already have some. It's time for you to leave. Because if you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. But I don't want to kill you because I don't want to ruin your experience. Takes you just a couple of seconds more to give them the warning, I'm about to kill you. And you don't shit on their day. And then the game doesn't lose a player. You could also, God forbid, get into a discussion. Maybe they're gathering the dragon teeth and they don't need them. And God forbid, you could maybe like make a friend. You could buy them from them. You could recruit the person into your guild. You know, you could trade something for them. You could let them do the menial work and gather the dragon teeth and give their level 17, give them something they might need. You know, be fucking social. I know. Guys, am I off my rocker? I probably am. It's probably my sometimers. Why would anyone against Reds care to tell me why? Maybe any specific instances. Started gaming on Lineage, though, WoW on a PvP server, and killing the enemy no matter what was worth the fun to me. And getting ganked even as a lobby where they would camp town, it was still fun to fight back. Just wondering why people don't like Reds gankers so much. Because Lord Hat, it works like this. There's a video on Arcade where I got called out. I got caught up into the toxic nature of Arcade, and I ended up like 1v7 a guild of lobies. And it was cool that I was killing them. I was kind of a dick. I blew up their ships. So I sent them all care packages. I'm like, you know what? People saw my video. I acted like a dick. It's not really my personality. I apologize. Here's a goodie bag. And they were cool. We talked a little while after that. They were the other faction. People don't like gankers because ganking is what happens and then people quit the game. Goon Swarm is notorious for this in EVE Online. They go to high sec and they blow up people's mining ships. And those people can't afford to replace them. And they thought they were safe in high sec, so they quit the game. In a game like Ashes of Creation, where there are 8 meaningful PvP activities: castle sieges, node sieges, guild wars, node wars, caravans, arenas, enemy of the state and bounty hunting. Why are you running around ganking random players? Those players clearly don't want to PvP. And then Sparky hit the nail on the head. There's a difference between meaningful PvP and someone shitting on you just because they think it's fun, but they screwed your last 2 hours of play. Now, some people will say, well, then don't play an open world PvP game. Excellent. Great idea. Those people won't play the open world PvP game. And now you want a PvP in a game, but you can't get any PvP gear because there's nobody making random gear and putting it on the market because you drove all of the singleton, non-guild member, non-alliance member crafters out of the game. And now nobody wants to give you gear because the game is small and they don't want to arm and outfit their enemy. If you're running a caravan down the orange brick road, and this is my orange brick road, and we're rolling down, and I see a caravan, and I'm like, hold up, and I look at the list of guild names and you're operating in my area and I don't have a nap with you, you're probably going to get, depends what the little icon, which I think the icon on the top of the caravan is a horrible fucking idea, but I'll talk to Steven about that later. Because in a covered wagon, you have no idea what's in a covered wagon. But now, if it's lumber, I could definitely see you saying, okay, well, you couldn't cover all the lumber. Okay, I gotcha. But with that said, if you're running a caravan near me and I don't have anything else pressing to do, I may steal it. Well, they have PvE servers. No, because you can't. Because the game is a PvX game. You can't have PvE servers because you need PvP to build the world. Let's see. That's amazing, dude. Kudos for being a good parent. Appreciate that. She thinks I'm a good parent too. Where is the best guesses as to where Alpha Island is? I gotcha. I'm there. We don't have any idea. We don't have any idea where in the world the Alpha Island is. One of these is Alpha Island. So here's Alpha Island. On the left is Alpha Island. On the right is the world map. We have no idea where Alpha Island fits. Let me tell you why. Because the right is a 2-year-old map. Your old map. Year and 2-month-old map. It's a conceptual map. Map on the left is a testing map. These two things don't go together. They don't have the whole world built yet. So the map on the right is what they want the concept of the world to look like. Does that mean that every inlet, every water base, everything is going to be identical? No, not at all. So it looks like it kind of fits in the upper left where the bay is. Kind of, but not exactly. Camping is not ganking per se. Yes, camping is ganking, and if you're doing it to randos. If you're camping an enemy faction in a faction-based game, or you're camping an enemy guild in, that's one thing, but camping is usually ganking. It's usually ganking. You say in the upper left, it's changed from the concept art, but very close. Where exactly are you thinking? Where exactly are you thinking in the upper left? This is, because there's the upper. Where exactly are you thinking? Are you thinking that inner piece, that inner fjord piece? Bottom left now? Well, I'm thinking it's that inlet right there. I'm thinking it's the inlet. I don't think it's the bottom left. Mid left with the volcano. Yeah. Okay. So are you talking about the far left hand island? The far left hand island is what you're thinking, and then that juts up. I don't think that juts up to the. I don't think that juts up to the map that way. But if you're talking this island into that part, then yeah, I could. I could think that. Maybe, but there's also some stuff. So yeah, you just have to trust that there's some reasons why I think that I think that it's changed significantly. But yeah, I could definitely, we know it's that side of the map because Bacon slipped during the biomes video. So we can agree that is that side of the map. Now, why isn't it like a cutout puzzle piece? Well, because they're still developing the game. I saw Sparky, you're getting yelled at for why you haven't started your retirement physicals. Let me tell you, Sparky, do that shit now. Dealing with the VA and getting your rating, you want to have your rating before you walk off active duty. And in your category of normal retirement is like the lowest priority. Every med board will automatically every med board will automatically go in front of you. It's horrible. It's horrible. Let's see. Can I put a flag to ignore? Oh, caravans. I really think ganking won't be much of an issue, but the PvPers attacking unprotected caravans is going to result in a lot of whining from gatherers who don't want to PvP. Number one, I agree with you, X. If there are undefended PvPs, I definitely agree that then people are going to whine. First solution to that. Number one, put guards in your caravan. You get to take the wheels, the axles, the armor, the hit points, the storage capacity, the mounts, and the guards. You roll them up like a pig in a blanket. You take it to the caravan guy. He stamps it. So you can have NPC guards on your caravan. Number two, if you're launching caravans, have friends. Moving stuff in your backpack, single person content. Moving stuff with a mule, risky single person content. Caravans, you know a caravan's a rolling PvP zone. So why are you doing it? Why are you doing that? And if you do it and you get burned, don't play with fire. Can I put a flag to ignore all caravans? I feel that I will get pop-ups every 10 seconds in server prime time. Are you going to be... Okay, so do you think there's going to be that many caravans right on top of you in prime time? I doubt that. I doubt that. The world is big. People are going to be on different sides of the world, and you only get the caravan pop-up when you're relatively close to it. So, March, right? Oh, why is this like this? Merge! Thank you. I'm sure you guys all get entertained when I fight with my technology. So here's a caravan, and right now the pop box flagging mechanic isn't, but I mean you got to get pretty significantly close to the caravan to get the pop up. I'm feeling there may be a lot of caravans near large developed nodes. Sure, if people are going to treat them like loot piñatas. I mean, if you're running caravans, remember there's no crime, there's no penalty for stealing a caravan. There is no crime for stealing a caravan. Now, you're obviously not going to need to get that close, just so we're clear. Let's see. You just startled your son so badly that his headset almost flew off his head. Nice. So let's see. I started playing Arcade a little while back, but quick due to the ganking. I got to the PvP leveling area and it was literally impossible to level due to being ganked and spawn camped repeatedly. The gear score difference was so high that even if I wanted to, there was no way to compete. Yeah, that's a huge problem in Arcade. Any news on your new world creator application? Booma, they didn't even send me a mail that said they got it, so I might reapply. I never even got a confirmation that I applied, so I was like sad. It was like, oh, you applied? Sorry, Scrub. Sorry, Scrub Arena. You don't count. And I checked both my email addresses because I couldn't remember which one I put it on. And it was just like, no, nope, screw you. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. We nearly had to do a full stream shutdown, but I got this message. You just changed your password. No, the fuck I didn't. It was another account I supervise. So Scarecrow didn't know I was live. Yeah, Scarecrow, I'm live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. My showtime rotates so that everybody can get a little Jahlon. Let's see. The average time to rating with the V8 when I got out was 18 months. That's gone down now, but my case closer to 30 months to get an initial rating and another 3 years to get the appeal done. Casually crude. Tamir was one of the last people who could leave active duty and not have their VA rating. And because now if you have to leave active duty, you get your VA rating before you go, or 99% of people do. It took 5 years to get her initial rating and another 2 years to do her appeal. And we finally got an adjudicator who, when we told him we were going to court about a different issue with that whole thing, the adjudicator for the VA said, "Can I come to the court case?" And I said, "I can't stop you." He showed up on our end and apologized to the judge about everything that was going on and said, I don't want to be given an opportunity to make this right. I want to tell you what I want you to tell me to do to make this right. So I have a court order that orders me to make this right. So we got a really cool adjudicator. The judge was kind of like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I want to be given an order by the court. I want to be given an order by the court so that nobody can tell me that to keep kicking this one down." Because like I said, the way it got classified, it was always their last work to do for the day. It was everything else was a higher priority. So the judge was amazing. The judge was like, "Yeah, I order. What do you want to do? You want to do what? Okay, I order you to do da 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 da. Thanks." I was like, "Thanks, guys." And then, you know, it sucked about that. When you have 7 years of backdated money, guess what happens to you? They don't allow you to trickle pay the taxes on it. No, fuck. Here you go. There's all the backdated money. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Let's see. I completely agree with you about the need for friends when you're moving in a caravan, but even in a PvP heavy game like Albion, people do a lot of gathering without any protection. All right. So Albion Online. Remember, you know how I always tell you guys, you know how I always tell you guys, WoW, you have to acknowledge WoW, that it's in the room for all the things it did for the genre. It's the big elephant, and you got to acknowledge it, and then you got to send it out of the, throw some peanuts so Dumbo leaves the room. And then you're like, okay, I acknowledge A through Z or A through M about what WoW did. Now the elephant's going to leave. We're not going to reference anything else. Albion Online is the same way. Albion Online is a great game. But because of the nature of the non-seamless world, the zone lines, the this, the that, Albion Online is great in a box. It does some things really well. Did I just admit that? Shit. Okay, I admitted that. Albion Online does some things really well. But the overall gathering PvP zone line has to be taken into consideration. I'm guessing some people in AOC will do the same thing. Big question is, how many players do you need to take down a caravan with the typical number of NPC guards? There is no answer for that, because what if I don't have typical guards? What if I have 6 rookie guards? What if I have 2 elite guards? What if I have 2 elite guards and I'm a Billy Badass Mage? What if I have 4 average guards, I'm a Billy Badass Mage, and I have a tank and a cleric with me? What if I have 6 rookie guards, I'm a Billy Badass Mage, I have a tank and a cleric with me, and while on the road, I have 6 people that were traveling down the Orange Brick Road anyway decided to join up with us for the reward I have listed? What if 10 people decided to roll up with us because they want the defender points? I don't think you're ever going to run into a typical caravan scenario. I missed this. When did you decide to head over there of content for them? Huh? Oh, I went over to the New World website on Monday to compare it to the Ashes of Creation site, and they have a big content creator program thing there. So I applied. They didn't get back to me. I'll probably apply again. I'll just be like, I didn't get a fee. I didn't get a letter back. ArcHF pay for items system. Yes, it did. In that case, you can't compare to a non-pay to win game and how it forms. You can. You're absolutely right that when you have a game that has pay to win, straight pay swipe, you can't compare to the non-pay to win game, but I can compare to ArcAge Unchained, which ArcAge is ArcAge. The ArcAge player mentality is the ArcAge player mentality. So I do acknowledge, see, and that's great. That's a great thing. You pointed out something, and it's absolutely true. When you start comparing a pay to win game to a non-pay to win game, there's a lot of things you need to spell out in that comparison. It's like if I tell you that I'm comparing an apple to a tomato, some people are going to say you can't, and I'm going to say why. And I'm going to say, watch how I can compare an apple to a tomato. I'm comparing two fruits that you can pluck off the vine or the tree and eat immediately raw with no preparation. There's going to be people who tell me that a tomato's not a fruit. And then that's the first place I'm going to have to shake my head. If I say to you I'm comparing apples to oranges, I would say that comparing apples to oranges is a valid comparison. I would say comparing oranges to tomatoes is also a valid comparison. What do you mean? Seeds are on the inside? Am I live? Yes, I'm live. I am here. I very rarely run reruns. Also, if I say I'm going to compare a potato to the gameplay, no, nobody can show the gameplay live. That's why both my hands are here and nothing's happening. I can compare a tomato to a potato. And the first thing someone's going to say is, well, a tomato's a fruit and a potato's a vegetable. See how that works? I think you can compare a pay-to-win game with a non-pay-to-win game, but you do have to spell out some immediate givens. I would imagine that judge appreciated having a case move very smoothly off his or... Oh, yeah. Casually crude. That judge actually warned everybody involved that he was giving me... the court clerk's direct desk number, and that if anything didn't happen it will happen by this date, that I was not to give anybody any extensions. They were not to ask me for an extension. And then if it didn't happen by that date, to call the clerk direct. And the judge said, and you will be on my docket. You will be on my caseload the very next day as the last case of the day. And you will sit here all day. Because if you're not going to use your time back at your office to get shit done, then you're going to sit in my courtroom and wait till I'm ready for you. That was an amazing judge. And I'll tell you, we had to see judges in Kansas, and then I PCS to Ohio, and I had to move her case to Ohio. And then I want you to understand, I was in Ohio for so long that when we finally got a court date in Ohio, we were already PCSing to Illinois. That's how fucking slow it was. And the VA kept getting extensions and extensions and extensions. The VA was like, we can't find your medical records. And it's like, well, they're your medical records. How is this our problem? How do I maintain physical health during the lockdown? I'm going a bit nuts with gyms closed and I can only do so much at home. Well, you see, through the start of the pandemic, I was doing crazy 8s with 8s. And then recently, because we've had the pandemic for so long, I have now started doing crazy 10s with 10s. Crazy 10s are killing me. I don't finish all of my sets every day. I don't finish all of my sets. Part of that is because when my shoulder pings, I have to hard stop. There is no push through it. Due to the fact that my shoulder is so damaged. If it pings, I'm done for a few hours. Plus I walk. Now I will say that I do love cookies. You guys know 2 years ago I started at 258, got down to 208. Over the cookie season, I got up to 228. Last year I started at 228, I got down to 190. I really loved cookies this cookie season. I got back to 205. I was 205 on Monday. It's too cold to jog. But I will probably lose 10 pounds this month. I will probably lose 10 pounds this month because I want to be sleek and trim. I want to be sleek and trim again. Plus, I gotta make sure that I don't gain any weight because when I buy those, why did I put that there? I'm kind of stupid. I'm kind of dumb. I just ordered I ordered a different steampunk coat. I talked to Tamir after the show on Monday, and I said that brown jacket is kind of more space cowboy, and she said yeah. And so we found a more steampunk-esque steampunk-esque coat to wear. What is this little doohickey that I'm playing right now? This is called Stream Raiders. It's just a fun little side game. Some streamers play this as their primary content. I just use it as a diversion every like 20 to 30 minutes, so that while I'm streaming, my brain gets a rest. The guys will tell you that have been here with me since July. Occasionally when I'm streaming for really, really long hours, and it's not uncommon for me to stream 6, 7, 8, 9 hours doing Q&A sessions, my brain starts to melt. I do occasionally need a little bit of a break. So my brain starts to melt. Which, you know, it's okay. Stream Raiders just lets me do something else. Plus, it lets us do PvP weekends where we fight against other captains. We had a really good PvP weekend last weekend. We went 21 and 21. Okay, so that wasn't really good, but what do you think about having a large guild server for large guilds to compete against each other rather than taking over all the servers? Automaton, ironic name, by the way, given the fact that I'm writing a steampunk novel and doing a steampunk Fantasia. So the fact that your name is Automaton, you're automatically going to get something from me. You're going to get something from me I think you'll enjoy. I think everyone will enjoy it. Some of you heard this at the beginning of the show. This is actually the video for the music you heard at the beginning of the show. It's up on YouTube. It's chapter 5. So side note, good name. I like it. Here's the problem with having a large guild server for large guilds. How do you force them to go to it? How do you force them to go to it? And then what do you define as you have that ever sliding backwards standard. So if I have more than 1,200 people in my gaming organization, do I have to be assigned to a large guild server? And if I have 1,200, say I have 10,000 people in my gaming organization, well, that's a full server in and of itself for concurrent population. And then who do we fight? Do I believe that you should have a large guild server for large guilds to compete against each other rather than taking over all the servers? No. Do I think that there should be mechanics done in such a way that more than 1,200 people can't work together? Yes. I think it becomes a matter of game design and development, not slapping Band-Aid rules on at the end. Also, they are doing some of that with their rules. They are aligning the rules up a little bit so that guild wars are only guild versus guild, alliance wars are alliance versus alliance. Would I love to see a version of Ashes of Creation that's like EVE Online, where there's 60,000 concurrent people on the world and then you have smaller servers? Sure. EVE Online, everybody plays on one server. Now, is Ashes of Creation going to fall victim to the same amount of things that other games do, where one guild runs everything on a server? No, the world is just too big. Now, for this discussion, I need to be specific, and I actually need to jump up for 1 second. I need another tea. Give me one second. I'm gonna go grab another tea. I don't know what's going on. I think I'm getting sick. I'll be gone less than a minute. I still think Arizona Tea should sponsor me. Arizona, I drink your Arnold Palmer like it's going out of style. I think just having it open will be incentive enough for the large guilds to self-select. No need to enforce it top down. Well, now you got two problems there. Number one, what you're talking about is you're talking about the idea of server one. The game development company doesn't need to do that. The game development company doesn't need to say, this is server one. The players are going to determine what is server one. Sad face for all the Kickstarter people who have head start, who are trying to say, well, we get to decide what server one is because we have head start. I hate to tell them, there is no way in God's green earth that server one is going to be a head start server. I think the head start servers, I really do believe this with all my heart and all my soul. I think Intrepid should send a message out to all of the people that have Head Start as part of their Kickstarter package and should do some polling and some data gathering and ask them, how hurt, how upset are you going to be if we take away Head Start? The reason why is because I think that it is in the players with Head Start's best interest to not play on the Head Start servers. I think those will be, I think the two Head Start servers are going to limp along with small populations, and they're going to get merged at about the 6-month mark. Because you're literally saying to a population of 3 million people, hey, there are servers that people will have been playing on for 2 days, or there's going to be servers that you're starting on with everybody else. Which one do you want to play on? This is not a hard decision. But when it comes to the large guild question, I have a feeling that that the large guilds are going to go to servers where they've been fighting each other in every game since their existence of those guilds. But then you're also going to get those. You're also going to get those guilds that dodge. There is a content creator who is comical at the least. I usually don't name and shame people, but when you want to sit there and be a fucking asinine twat waffle, I have no problem calling you out. There is an individual, he's a content creator. He's the guild leader of Orenthal. He did a hit piece video on Ashes of Creation that was just utter shit and just full of nonsense. Claimed that he was that Orenthal was the best guild, the best guild in the world at ArcAge. That is not true. The best guild in the world in ArcAge would be Forest Crow in Korea, or Slayers in North America. Slayers took Red Dragon down to 8%. Before the Red Dragon nerf patch even went in. Orenthal, to my knowledge, had no world firsts, and Orenthal ran to the PvP, to the RP server at launch. Why is that relevant? That's relevant because you're always going to have one large guild that's going to run away from the large guild server. Guild size is not 32. The guild character size for the name is 32. Guild size is 300. Guild size is 300. Yeah, 32 characters in the name of the guild. I have it and I won't be using it. Have to factor in guilds, population, no server transfers. What's the 2 days? Maybe just offering something in its place, like more embers or monster coins or something simple. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they have to offer you anything in replacement for it. I don't think everything in life needs to be quid pro quo. I think they just need to ask, how ass hurt are you going to be? Isn't it 250? No, it's not. It's up to 300 if you take all upgrades. If you take no upgrades, it's 30 to 50 range. You start having to choose to take upgrades at the 30 to 50 range. They're not 100% mapped out yet. But no, if you take all the upgrades, your guild size will be 50. Which is... Stop it. Get down. I know, but down. It's a bad cat. Let's see. What if you have people shadowing the caravan so their numbers don't show in the caravan, but they are in voice and they get called up when the attack starts? Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair. You can do that. I missed that one earlier, but you definitely can totally do that. You've been slacking on your stream raiders. I won't beat you up. You were slacking on your stream raiders, but you were working on the website, and since it was my website, that's all I care about. Hush your face. I said hush your face. I said hush your face. You're gonna get shown off. This is a cloud. No, you don't feel safe. Oh, you don't feel safe because your claws are out. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. How's it going? You're being bad today. You're pawing at the window. You're trying to pull down the curtain. Don't bite my face. Do I taste good? Your brother's cat is named Cloud too. Yeah, this is my this was supposed to be my cat. And then they both ended up as my cats. Neither one of the boys took a liking to Tamir, but that's because Tamir had never had inside cats. Tamir had farm cats, but she never had inside cats. So neither of the boys really took to Tamir. And then about a year after we got the boys, my wife found a feral. Well, one of her coworkers found a feral and it got in the person's car and they couldn't get it out. So they drove it to the house. I put on my thick leather gloves to pull this kitten out because it was biting and spitting and hissing. And I took the kitten to the vet. It hadn't been hit by a car. Its mom had been hit by a car. It had gotten chucked onto hot asphalt. It had hot asphalt in between all its paw pads. Its face was all cut up. I took it to the vet on base, and the vet on base said, if you walk out of here right now, it'll be fine. But if you want us to treat this animal, the only thing I'm going to do to this animal is I'm going to take it in back and I'm going to put it down. It's in too bad of a shape. Her hips were all twisted and turned. Cloud. Get down. And so I fixed her up. I put her in a laundry basket. My boys could see over the top and could see her. And we ended up keeping her. Now that's my wife's cat. I know I hear you purring, and I know you hear the birdies. I know you hear the birdies. But there's windows downstairs. Go to mom. Go to your mom. He's not going to listen to me. Speaking of your website, it seems to me that you're having an individual complete copies of the webpage for each language. I'm not. There could be a more modular approach, like using a JS library. It's a bit technical, but Zetrix would know. And all you need to care about is getting the translations into their own language files. Hey, see, you're being bad. Get down. Damn cat. No, Sakura, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just have... yes, you're right. Yes, that's possible. However, that is going to be... Affected. Sorry. Won't leave the blinds alone. I don't have money to buy new blackout curtains. I know. So the problem is that it would just be easier for me to have it as a downloadable PDF, because then the website's up. I do it as a downloadable PDF for everybody else that wants another language, and it's still easier it becomes easier for the translators because it becomes easier for the translators because then when I make a change to the Word document, I can highlight. It's the same for, they just do a Word document. Oh, you and I'll talk offline. You could probably smarten me up. You can probably smarten me up on that. Let's see. Because we don't need to have a 20-minute conversation about the website in the middle of this. I mean, we could, but we don't need to. I do want to check the Fiverr orders. Okay. Okay. I sent, have they responded? No. Okay. Probably was first in the day. They kicked my stuff out. All I got to say, guys, is if you want to see something really cool, because I don't want to show it on the stream because the stream is commercialized and I haven't accepted delivery yet. But in the feedback channel on the Discord is the new intro animation for the stream. It's amazing. I love it. Also, we somebody demanded a "This is fine" emote, and somebody said we need a "This is fine" emote. So I took this, right? I took this, and we got Sprocket. We've got Sprocket in the middle of a burning room, right? Happy Pappy. So we start. We've got something going on there, right? We got a this is fine, and then we move on, and we've got. Why does it do this? Man, OBS sometimes. The cat is. I don't want to look behind me. The cat has come back in and he's growling at me because I kicked him out. This is fine, right? This is fine. Let's see. What else is going on? I do want to pop over to the forums. It's kind of, man, it's kind of amazing to me. It's kind of amazing to me that people want to continue having issues. That people want to continue having issues with the effects, right? They want to have issues with the effects, but then they don't want to listen that this is still an alpha and that the effects are still over the top for a reason. The reason why the effects are over the top for a reason is because they want to see how much server strain those effects cause, and then they need to figure out how far to dial them down. Remember, it's always easier to dial down than it is to dial up. Once they figure out how far they want to dial down the effects, then they figure out how much freedom they want to give you as a player to dial it down more. But this was the thread I wanted to talk about. People just being ridiculous, right? This is the wrong one. I have one specifically for the forums. So prepare for a wall of text here. In regards to microtransactions, I will start out by saying that no, I am not a supporter. I have not in any shape or form contributed to the money pile for the development of this game. I am merely an MMO-loving individual who has taken an interest in Ashes. I am not qualified professional in any shape or form, but I'm a positive realist who desperately wants to enjoy a media that was once enjoyable when he was a kid. All right. That entire paragraph. The only thing I needed to hear from you is that I have not financially contributed to Ashes of Creation. That's it. The post will probably be long and there will not be too long to read, as these concerns and points cannot be made with a single statement. Okay, right there, folks. Right there. There is a fact of life that you need to understand for your advantages or your disadvantages, your personal development, your business, your negotiations. If you cannot explain it simply, you do not understand it thoroughly. Classic example of this line is from the movie Doom. You guys know I like Doom as teaching points. Dr. Grimm says to The Rock, I need a minute. Just give me a minute. And he says, we don't have a minute. He says, well, then give me 10 seconds. She can explain it in 10 seconds. Or they can, but that would be a diminishing the actual issues I'm going to point out. Okay, so if you say I can't give you a TLDR because it's going to, you cannot make these statements in a single statement, but then you say you can, but it would diminish the actual issue. I hate to point something out to you, but if shortening your concern is going to diminish the issue, you're overinflating your issue. If you really want to add a TLDR, which ignores every single point I'm going to make, I will add one for you. All microtransactions are bad. Okay, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? If you want to start with this sarcastic, condescending attitude, your monthly subscription is a microtransaction. What? Your monthly subscription is a microtransaction. Microtransactions in business. The video game industry is a business. Creating video games costs money, and thus it should be fully expected that a video game will be released as a luxury product which earns the developing studio or company a substantial revenue. Factually incorrect. Video games are a luxury, not a necessity. That's the only true statement there. As a luxury product which earns the developing studio or company a substantial revenue, you used a subjective adjective there. What's substantial? 5%, 10%, 30%, 200%, 500%, 1,000%. What's substantial? In recent years, we have seen an increase in a practice which was otherwise foreign to many of us who have been gaming since the late 18s and early 20s. Huh? We're in the early 20s. Do they mean their late teens and early 20s? Microtransactions have surged, deemed a necessity by large gaming corporations, although they really aren't. Okay. So remember when this person said at the very beginning that they're not an expert in business? Yeah, you're really showing that here. The idea that microtransactions is a necessity to keep a cost of $60 on a video game. The idea that microtransactions is a necessity to keep a cost of $60 on video games is ludicrous, especially when said corporations spend most money on advertising the game than they do for shipping the game, and most of them no longer pay retailers and shipment of their products to said retailers across lands and sea. Keep that in mind. No, I can't keep that in mind because you're a fucking idiot. Yes, they certainly do. Yes, they certainly do. There are games that are still shipped with a box cost. Okay. There are also games that are shipped digitally. This person seems to be under the impression that if you buy WoW for $59.99 in a digital download format from Best Buy, that Blizzard gets $59.99. So they do. First of all, no, corporations don't spend most of their money on advertising the game. That's ludicrous. He used the word ludicrous, and I'm going to use the word ludicrous, and we're talking about the word, not Luda. But I'm sure if Luda saw this, he'd say this is ludicrous. Star Wars: The Old Republic cost $400 million to make, $110 million for the development for the game, $90 million for the voice acting, $100 million in royalties and licensing, and $100 million in marketing. I'm pretty sure that the royalties also included the box price shipment. It's been a few years since I've looked at that breakdown. But let's keep going. Microtransactions in all shapes and forms have had several effects on the industry. It angered some, including myself. Okay, so you're already biased. I knew that was coming. I'm not fucking shocked. It was a joy for others, primarily the suits running these gaming studios and corporations, while also being seen as a convenience for other players for reasons unknown to me. Okay, so this person, now 99% of people didn't skip the voice acting in Star Wars: The Old Republic. There, you have nothing that you can shoot. Oh, sarcastic. Never mind. So it angered some, including myself. It was a joy for others, primarily the suits running these games, which also is seen as a convenience for other players for reasons unknown to me. First of all, you're factually inaccurate, and now the threads of your entire bitch complaint and whatever are falling apart. Pay for convenience is a mechanism by which you can make a game free to play and allow a larger player base that can't afford a monthly subscription to play it, while at the same time pay for the development on the backs and the wallets of whales. So, but the worst effect that microtransactions have on games is the fact that they're made to sell. Microtransactions primarily play on specific people, children, and those with compulsive spending habits, and honestly, this extremely gross and very, very low view on one's fellow human beings. You're an idiot again. Was that the third time I've said it or the fourth? All marketing preys on people. All advertising preys on people. All sales prey on people. It's not a matter of if they do, it's a matter of to the severity do they do. I don't think that we need to have regulation for people to force other people to enforce the world because you can't handle your demons. I have a drinking problem. I don't go to bars. I have a drinking problem. I don't keep large quantities of alcohol in my house. I have a drinking problem. I do not expect every bar in a 5-mile radius to know that I have a drinking problem and not serve me. I have a drinking problem. I don't expect the United States government to issue cards to people that allow them to purchase a drink. I have a drinking problem. I expect that I have to manage my demons. Or from the Klingon Book of Proverbs, I will manage my fecklars, you manage yours. So this... Unless you're going to tell me that you don't eat at McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Hardee's, Yeah, I have a cookie problem. Regulate bakeries. I have a cookie problem. I seriously do. I love sweets. You know, I chose to get from 258 to 205. I'm choosing to go from 205 to 175 because I make that choice. You are basically implementing a system which takes advantage of and ruins the lives of others in order to make a profit, and many others support this practice. Just stop buying. It's not a proper argument. There are people with these problems. Sure, there are people with these problems. If you're a salesman, there will always be two branches to think of: the necessity branch and the lifestyle branch. No. I'm going to see where this person goes with this, but I think they're about to get their fifth "you're an idiot." Those two things are different. The necessity branch will have goods that will solve a problem not created by oneself. Thus, there will be no reason to incentivize selling these goods. People will buy them because they are necessary. The lifestyle branch is entirely different, and this is the branch microtransactions fit in under. In order to sell a lifestyle good, a problem will need to be created. In the context of an MMORPG, this means that something must be taken from the game itself to prop up the marketplace in which microtransactions are sold. In context with cosmetic microtransactions, this will most likely mean that in-game cosmetic sets or armor sets, if you will be made to look ugly and uninteresting to push you in the direction of the marketplace instead. First of all, you're a fucking moron, okay? Because everything in the necessity branch above bottled water, bread, lean sandwich meat, fruits, vegetables, and basic fruits and basic vegetables. Strawberries are a luxury, folks. Strawberries are a fucking luxury. You do not need strawberries in order to live. You do need some amount of fruits and some amount of vegetables. Do you guys know, and this is another one of those lies your teachers told you and they've been telling you, and you probably were told by your parents who were told by their grandparents because they learned from the government and the government's infallible and they're always right. Hold on, let me look up what it currently is because this is a total bullshit food pyramid. Servings on the food pyramid. If you look at the United States USDA food pyramid, it tells you that you are supposed to have 6 to 11 servings of bread, cereal, rice, and pasta every single day. 6 to 11 servings of bread, cereal, rice, and pasta. Do you know that is completely bullshit and it is not true for your nutritional value? You should not have 6 to 11 servings of pasta or bread a day because most of them are made with white flour and you should not be consuming anywhere near that amount of white flour in carbohydrate or carbohydrates. Did you know that the food pyramid was made that way in order for, guess who? Yes, that would be the grain manufacturers to sell what? Oh, cheap grain and cheap flour so that they can make more profit margin. The food pyramid is influenced by advertising. Okay? So when you say necessity versus lifestyle, I'm drinking a tea. This is a luxury. I don't need to drink a tea. I drink it because I like it. Okay? In order to incentivize marketplace purposes, a problem must be created. No, this is bullshit. You do not need to create a problem. You do not need to sell. You do not need to sell, or you do not need to make shitty cosmetics in game in order to, incentivize people to buy the nicer ones. You can simply make nice ones. Oh. I'll be right back. I gotta go get something. All right. Zetrix, you son of a bitch. Zetrix. You see what you're doing to me, Zetrix? You see this? You see this? You see this thing? This is what happens when I ask my website guy what I need for a monitor. He's just like, oh, you know what you need, boss? Here, just go buy this. He's like, just go buy this $800 monitor. So thank you for that, Zetrix. This thing's so fucking big, I ain't got anywhere in the office for it. Fucking God's sake. Tell my guy I need a monitor, and he's like, oh yeah, here you go, boss. You got 800 bones. Yeah, I got it already. Dude, I live right by an Amazon distribution center. So, yeah, Sakura, Zetrix knows no, it's not a business expense. I've told you guys many, many times, I don't play that bullshit. The money that the company makes is communal money. So, that is, I will never, ever do that. The money that I get from subscriptions, bits, tips, subs, Patreon, all of that goes to the music I'm having done. It went to the like I said, if you guys want to see where some of that's going, on my Discord in the feedback channel, the Steampunk overlay channel, is the new animation. That is slick as shit. 9 new emotes, 20 panels, overlays. Like, I'll probably keep this overlay for nostalgia occasionally. Like, I might keep this overlay for Steampunk, or for Stream Captains, because it works for what I want. But yeah, the music during the intro is commissioned. That Steampunk music, yeah. The Paradox Gaming Network owns the copyright to that music. Like Harris Heller did with Stream Beats. I'm having steampunk music made the same way, the same style. So anyway, let me get back to this guy. Thank you, Monitor, for thank you, Monitor, for making me happy. I've got, my date. Unfortunately, after the show today, I got to take everything off the desk. I have to unmount everything's got to come off the fucking desk. And then I gotta remount everything. Because that's a big bitch right there. I can't believe Zetrix, man. I can't believe you talked me into that. Okay, he didn't really talk me into it. He just said buy this one, and I did. That is huge. That is fucking huge. I mean, not as huge as me, but okay. Oh, you said I'm getting that? How big was it again? It's 34-inch widescreen. Yeah, 34-inch widescreen. Uh-oh, the box is big. Oh, let me snap a quick. Let me snap a quick picture. Next stream you're gonna see Jahlon ordering a massive TV. If I can fix it, I have a 42-inch plasma downstairs that I'm not even using. I could mount a 42-inch plasma behind me. I don't need a fucking green screen, right? Green screens are for chumps, man. I'm just gonna have a 42-inch plasma as the backdrop. Here's a tip for Amazon. If you ever get a delivery from Amazon and the box is damaged if the box is damaged in any way, shape, or form, take a picture of the box, right? If the box is the top of the box is busted in, if you take a picture of the box, if the box is damaged in any way, shape, or form, and the product inside is damaged in any way, shape, or form, you call Amazon and you're like, box arrived damaged. And that's it. They're like, okay, we're taking care of it. I'm also lucky because Kohl's is in town. It's like 20 minutes away. I don't have to fuck around with returns now. I just take it to Kohl's and they scan it and I get the refund in about 10 minutes. Well, okay, where were we with this guy? In order to incentivize the marketplace purchases, a problem must be created. That is the rule of a business. No, it's not. The problem does not have to be created. Okay? Let me tell you right now. I'm going to give you the simplest one. Pool salesman. Pool salesmen don't run around. Stop it. Pool salesmen do not run around. Pool salesmen do not run around sneaking into your house, turning up your heat in the summer just so you feel more motivated to buy a pool. Pool salesmen sell... I have a cat in a box behind me. Is this any surprise? Pool salesmen simply sell pools. They don't do anything to sell more pools. Car dealerships don't do anything to sell more cars. Now, some people would argue that if you take your car dealership to the car dealer repair place, they might start telling you that your car needs to be replaced because it's 10 years old or 12 years old. Well, yes, of course. Of course, they're going to pitch you an advertising lullaby that makes you feel like you should upgrade your car instead of putting $5,000 into repairs. At the same time, most of the time, that's sound advice. So a problem must not be created. I would say that in order to incentivize marketplace purchases, a problem must be created. That is the rule of business. Microtransactions are often designed in such a manner that they are a low cost, which means the individual thinks that so little spending might as well buy more. And before you know it, said buyer just bought sets for a price equal to that of 5 AAA titles. It is a literal problem as opposed to a figurative problem. In gaming today, along with uninspired design and a lack of ideas and a willingness to take a risk, even if the game turns out just a niche. This is why I implore a change in the business model. Keep the subscription fee to support the servers, pay the staff, and make a small profit too, but remove the microtransactions and add in a box price for the main game and bigger expansions. It's healthier for the game. Okay. I don't even need to read any of these. So that guy doesn't, when you start, hold on, I do need to go back though. We got to start off. I want to tell you why this guy lost. This guy lost before he even started. Okay. First of all, yes, before you ever have a solution, that the very first thing, the very, very first thing that you do in a continuous process improvement event, a CPI event, is the problem statement. You do not, as a facilitator of CPI, you do not allow anybody to use the word solution until everybody agrees what the problem is. It is not uncommon for a CPI event to become 3 weeks. For it to become a 3-week thing. And I saw the PM from someone. I'll hit you up after the show. I have had CPI events where the whole first week, it took Monday to Friday, Monday through Friday, 40 hours, everybody involved, 12 people, 40-hour work week, just to define the problem statement. Because if you don't have the problem statement designed properly, then your solutions are fixing the symptoms, not the disease. It's you're treating the symptoms, not the disease. So when the person says right at the very beginning of the game, I have not contributed, I am not a qualified professional in any shape or form, but I'm a positive realist. That right there should tell you, if you're not a subject matter expert and you don't understand the nuances, then shut the fuck up. Okay? This is the era of everybody has a keyboard, everybody has a forum account, and everybody can just spew bullshit into the ether. This is either a troll post or this is just completely ignorant ass shit coming out of the person's mouth. Number one, they don't understand the idea of barrier to entry because they say at the bottom, but remove the microtransactions and add in a box price for the main game and bigger expansions instead. It is healthier for the game, it is healthier for the players, and it arguably assures the player base that only incentive the developer has is to make the game as fun as possible for the players so that they remain subscribed. That is not a one-for-one. This is not a post hoc ergo propter hoc lined up argument. What you're saying is I have a problem and you need to cater to me. You need to pander to me. I can tell you right now, one of the key parts of Ashes of Creation is the no box price. the no box price. Now, is he correct in that it is better to have a box price? Sure. And the fact that Intrepid boxed themselves in to we're never going to charge for DLC or box prices, you know, stupid statement to make. Stupid statement to make. There's a way out of it. There's a way out of every stupid statement you ever make, but you gotta be delicate. Fastest way for them to get, I'll tell you, if they ever had to charge for the box price or the DLC because they were in danger of going under, Steven doesn't make that statement. Steven just hires me to come in and make that statement. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be ridiculous, but I'm saying instead of bringing in a nobody, you bring in somebody that has the skill set and the expertise and leadership in financial management and business. And Steven's like, hey guys, I hired Jahlon because our company is financially teetering, and I brought him in as a CPI expert, a vice president of operations. I'll walk in and be like, hey guys, I know when Steven was in charge, he said we're never going to charge for DLC or expansions. I'm going to give you guys a choice. Either I'm going to go, Intrepid's going to go back on its word of no charge for the DLC or expansions, or you're just never going to get DLC anymore, and we may or may not have the servers up in 6 months. So how many of you are okay with DLC? I get the person's point. Expansion packs are the best method, or a box price is the best method to be able to do large development iteration cycles. Who does them? Final Fantasy does them. WoW does them. If your expansion pack costs $250 million to make, and you make $290 million, you not only covered the expansion price, but you got gravy on top of it. Not saying that you're never going to charge for DLC or expansions is a dangerous statement, because you don't know what 2 years from now looks like. You don't know what 5 years from now looks like. But to say that the microtransaction method is bad because it preys on people, well, that's just bullshit. That's just you don't want to pay for the cosmetics. At the same time, charging a box price and not having a cosmetic cash shop. First of all, this person doesn't understand how having the cosmetic cash shop actually generates a bunch of other content for the game. Let me prove it so nobody thinks that I'm trying to pull shenanigans. No shenanigans here, folks, because everything I say, I can back up. Good boy. Good boy, Cloud. That's a nice cat. Thank you. He said he laid down nice. He stopped playing with the window. So he's got to get a good cat, right? So here you go. Once upon a time in a land far away, they built this guy, and this guy is the Cursed Charger. He was built for a cosmetic cash pack, right? And some people say, well, I don't understand why they're developing so many things for the cash shop. Well, they built that original model for the cash shop. And now we've got the Plague Charger. Same team model. We've got this variant. We've got this variant. Once you mesh it, you model it, changing. Let me back that up a second, because I did that in the wrong order. Once you build it, once you model it, and then you put a mesh on it, 90% of the work is getting it to move right, getting it to animate right. Do they have the video up here? Where the hell's the video, Wiki? Get on the video. Once you get to the point where you have it modeled and animated, putting new meshes on it is easy. Now, do you have to occasionally go in there and do a little tweaking because you have like the thing with the hair on the model where the hair goes through the helmet? Is there touch-up work you have to do? Absolutely, there's touch-up work to do. But that thing was made, I believe that one was actually made for a Kickstarter reward. But they made it once, they're going to use it 4, 5, 8, 10, 12 times in the game. Are you telling me that they're going to... Is this person's argument literally, not figuratively, because they said that their argument was literal, that they're going to go in and they're going to downplay the quality of the in-game assets in order to make the asset quality of the one they sold better? If Intrepid would show more of the technical side of the development, people would understand that cosmetics just aren't cosmetics. Hey, appreciate that sub. Looks like you're a one-time sub. Looks like Tavernside Gaming is coming back for a 7th month. Tavernside Gaming is another content creator in Ashes of Creation. Was running a game show. I didn't follow up on that one. I've been busy. I'm hoping after this week I get some time back. Dealing with the design studio has been like every single day. But man, the animations are sweet, guys. The animations are sweet. But I do agree with you. If Intrepid would show more of the technical side of development, people would understand that cosmetics just aren't cosmetics. And they tried to do this. Okay. I feel horrible for Margaret because Margaret's got really good ideas and then those ideas fall apart. I think that sometimes Margaret needs to just stream without Steven and Jeff. I know everybody loves Steven. Everybody loves Steven. Everybody loves Raymond. Everyone loves Jahlon. It's like a 3-way. Wait, what? No. But everybody loves Steven being on the show and everybody loves the questions and answers with Jeff. But I think that they need to mix and match. Does anybody feel that we don't need to see Steven and Jeff every month? Because I feel we don't need to see, I know that I don't think we need to see Steven and Jeff every month. I would love if they had turned around and Margaret had done a rehash of that cosmetic development pipeline thing she did. And I want to say in November. I think in November was when they tried to do the segment on how the monthly cosmetics go from concept art to implementation, and then from implementation to variation. But then here's the thing, guys. I get the easy part of the job. I have a background in marketing. I have a background in leadership. That wasn't specifically for you. I just threw it out there. I have a background in marketing. I have a background in leadership. So I know that Margaret has really good marketing ideas. However, part of those ideas are sabotaged. Is sabotage the right word? I don't think sabotage is the right word. Some of those ideas are interfered with because Margaret is an accomplished streamer. She's a Twitch partner. Her skill set's up here. And Steven, yeah, lampooned. Lampooned is a really good word there. A lot of Margaret's efforts are lampooned by the fact that Margaret is an accomplished streamer in her own right. She knows what the hell she's doing. She's a Twitch partner. I would love to see Margaret just be able to get on there and run with it. Now, there's a specific style of show Margaret as the CML can do. She's obviously not going to do a technical aspect. The Dev Diaries were a great thing. I'm of the belief that they should be educating people on how video games get developed because A, nobody else is doing it. And B, if they don't have to tell you anything about Ashes of Creation's development, just talk about development. Hey guys, today I've got whoever here. I've got Akil Hooper here. I've got Jeffrey Bard here. We're gonna talk. We were not expecting a hype train today. There were no trains scheduled on the schedule, but you know, sometimes it's like the Hogwarts Express, man. We got to get Ron and Harry to school, so there we go. We were running the Hogwarts Express. I don't know. I am gonna get a train of my own done at one time, but you got our little meager train at the bottom now, trying its best. I also got to change this so it doesn't hit Sprocket, but I think it would be great if they had just a stream where you had Akil on, or you had Jeff on, or one of the other people. I know Chris Myers doesn't want to be on stream. He doesn't want his picture up. Then that's fine. But today hey guys, today we're going to talk about alpha, and we're going to talk to you about sort of how a game goes from alpha to beta. And we want to do this because we keep using the term developmental alpha, and the studio knows what that means, and some of the people in the community knows what that means. But let's get everybody on the same page of what a developmental alpha looks like, and some of the key things, some of the key benchmarks, some of the key milestones. You don't have to show anybody anything about Ashes of Creation. Now, some people are going to say, well, what's your ROI on that? What's your ROI on what's an alpha segment? What's your ROI on how an asset goes from, concept to implementation to variation? It's everything. Your ROI on that is everything, because you're doing something that you're not obligated to do. You're doing it for the benefit, the improvement of gaming in general. And it's a way to say, we want to make an impact on the community, and that community isn't the Ashes of Creation community. We want to make an impact on the MMORPG community. And guess what? We're also saying that we're willing to take the time to do something, and then you don't put a bunch of marketing on it. You don't put a bunch of call to actions on it. You don't put a bunch of us, gimme on it. You do it because you can. You do it because out of your $30 million budget, for your video game, this overall project of doing a 6-video spread to educate gamers on what an alpha is, concept to implementation, the particle effects thing, showing the meshing, the models, all of that costs you maybe $10,000. Oh, look at that, giving out a 5-bomb. We do have a chibi sub bomb coming. Is this me playing Ashes? No, this is developer footage. Right now, the game is under NDA. I should be able to showcase the game in March. Dev diaries that could help the testers understand how to help with feedback and not just, oh, we get to play. Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. You talk to people about what good testing looks like, what good feedback looks like. Here's the thing. You frame it up that way, and you don't put a bunch of marketing on it. You don't put a bunch of spin on it. And then people say, did I say next month when it's March? Later this month when it's March. If you talk to people about how to be good alpha testers, every MMO in development benefits from that. But you either force every other studio to do a video similar, or every other community starts seeing your video, because everybody's going to start sharing it in that community. When people are talking in the Fractured community, the New World community, the ArcH2 community, Crowfall, Camelot Unchained, all of these communities, where is the Ashes of Creation, how to be a good tester video going to be getting linked? In all of those communities. That's why specifically for that product, you don't put a bunch of call to actions to buy now, visit now. Fuck that. Just give back to the community. You don't have to be Joffrey. You don't have to say, I am the king. You don't have to be Daenerys. I'm the breaker of chains with 3 very large dragons. You just need to be Jon Snow. You need to be, I'm going to jump on the back of a dragon. I'm going to die for my people. And you just do it. You just do it. If you made those educational pieces for the overall good of the MMORPG community, right? Your product gets posted everywhere. But if you, see, that's the trick to marketing. The trick to marketing is to make products that get people putting eyes on your content and then not including them. It's like I tell you guys, one of the best sales techniques is Vin Diesel in Boiler Room, where he tells the doctor can only buy 4,000 shares. And the doctor's like, 4,000? I wasn't planning on buying that many. And Vin Diesel's like, Doc, you're a new client. I don't allow people that are new clients to buy more than this. Well, the guy wasn't going to buy 4,000 shares, but by telling him he couldn't buy more than 4, he suddenly wanted to buy 4 because he wanted to get into the in-group of, I want to be able to buy 5,000 shares. You do the educational video. It costs you next to nothing. And it will be far better of a marketing tool than any other marketing tool you've designed. Because every other marketing tool Intrepid has designed, I look at them and I say, they're marketing tools. Even Nodes 3, Stephen has said, Nodes 3 is a specific type of marketing tool. Cool, I acknowledge that. But what about all the things, you could be doing that don't have to be marketing tools? It would change the testing for all games. Would you want to be the studio that doesn't make something like that? Or you want people saying, oh, Intrepid has content on testing? Yeah. Exactly. It costs you peanuts. It costs you pennies on the dollar. It costs you pennies on the tens of thousands of dollars to make a video on what good testing is. Like, and all you got to do is like, you talk about what good testing is, and you give Akil, Mick P, and Jeff Bard like a minute. Oh, did you get it? Oh, you tried. You took us to 96%, Critical Zen. We're almost there. We're almost. You tried. But you can, oh, there you go. Grumpy Old Man is like, I've had enough of this. I'm pushing us to 3. Oh, and somebody just threw down 1,400 bits. There you go. Filling up the bar. But exactly right. If you make a product and then you have Jeff Bard, Mick P, and Akil each do like 1 to 2 minutes about the value of, appreciate you giving out a sub. Oh, you guys are gonna love the new sub alert, the new gift sub alert. It's sex on a stick. It's sex on a stick. You'll love it. You'll love all the new alerts. I promise you guys, new animated alerts coming. I saw the finals today. I had to send it back for rework. You do a little video, Margaret talks about what alpha testing is, how Ashes is different than a Eastern import. You talk about how this is a developmental alpha. You hit Jeff Bard, Mick P, and Akil. You let each of them talk about how they use data and make sure they're short, concise, and to the point. 3 different perspectives on how 3 different people are using that data. Oh, and make sure you don't, again, you're doing it as an educational video, not an Ashes of Creation video. But what you're going to be doing is you're going to be splicing in video footage from your game as the examples. It's a marketing piece without being an advertising piece. Man, I'm telling you right now, 100,000 views, easy on that YouTube video, 100,000 views. Return on investment on that video, 500 people sign up. 500 people sign up without you having to do that as a over the top. Am I the only one that thinks alpha is looking less good than previous videos? No, you're not. The big piece to that is I do want to let you know, the previous videos they did were polished up because they were marketing pieces. The pieces now, don't have that final gloss, that final glaze, that je ne sais quoi, because you don't add that stuff. You don't add that stuff in yet. You add that stuff in. Hey man, I appreciate you saying thanks for the sub you got. That means a lot to me. Manners. Boom, look at that. TV screen coming down. My cat's also going crazy. I believe, right? I believe that when they're ready, when they are ready to show off the finalized, all glazed, all polished, I think people are going to be completely happy with what we get out of Ashes of Creation. The big part right now is that they still need to do constant optimization. They're constantly touching. Remember, alpha builds are like the oh, Happy Pappy just is like, the hell with this, I want to get us up another one. Appreciate that, Happy Pappy. Oh, I see V-Man SF hiding in the crowd. I'll call him out by name. He's a stream captain. I'm very proud to say V-Man is a stream captain that I got into being a a stream captain. I'm glad to say that they saw it on my program and they ran with it. Remember, an alpha build is the Frankenstein monster. The alpha build is the Frankenstein monster. It's not ready. You know, let me not say the Frankenstein monster. Let's not say that. Let's say the alpha build is RoboCop. We're going to go back to the 80s. Remember RoboCop, and I'm not talking about the 2017, 14, whatever, 14 version that they redid. I'm not talking about that crap version. I'm talking about, you know, Murphy, old school, Detroit, grainy 80s movie. Remember if you watched RoboCop 1, RoboCop has a head and a chest. I am the law. No, that's Judge Dredd. Your move, creep, is RoboCop. Remember, they've got Murphy and he's in the lab and it's New Year's Eve and he doesn't have like arms and legs and stuff. He doesn't have all the parts. They're getting the programming right. Well, that's an alpha build, man. When you just throw the arms on, the legs on, bring the helmet down without the piece of glass in there, that's the alpha build. They're not going to spend a lot of time putting gloss and polishing bows and happy trees into the build. You know, they're not going to do that because then they got to take all that crap off and then they have to figure out what's not work. If you put all the fucking bells and whistles on, is the server performance due to the bells and whistles or is the server performance due to our shitty back end? Well, the data doesn't tell us. So they test it in a raw form, not a lot of polish, because then they know, okay, the game is running well or the game isn't running well. If once they get the game to running well, now they add the bells and whistles on, and then they say, okay, the bells and whistles are causing the lag. Have you ever played a game where certain abilities just lag the shit out of your connection and you're like, that's unoptimized as fuck? Well, those are Asian games where they don't give a shit. They don't take the time to go back and fix them. Intrepid is building a good foundation. They have no choice because I don't think Intrepid has too many more we fucked ups in us. Let me see. I'm the devil's advocate here, but why would they spend all this time making a video, setting up interviews with the staff and editing it when Steven can go on a stream for an hour and reach literally just as many people when the VOD gets posted on YouTube? Because, and that's a good point, because it's not going to cost them that much money. And so you got to look at the percentage on the return on investment. Steven can go on a stream for an hour and reach just as likely as many people. First of all, every person that gets reached on that stream is automatically has to be considered as an 85% versus a 100% sell. If you've got the Lazy Peons video or the Asmongold video or the Summit, the Shroud, the Tim the Tap Man, all those guys have referral codes, just like I have a referral code. Every time Steven goes on a live stream and converts X number of thousands of people, but they convert through a referral code, it would be better if Intrepid did the video and didn't have to pay 15 cents on the dollar out to a streamer. With that said, yes, you're right. There is a cost associated with it. But the cost that I'm talking about is that video is useful forever. That is what's known as an evergreen piece. That you make a video specifically structured for talking about alpha testing, what good alpha feedback looks like, and how developers use that footage. That's an evergreen piece, man. That piece never goes brown. It'll be looked at in Crowfall's community, Chronicles of Valeria's, if it ever comes back, Star Citizens, Pantheons, New Worlds, Fractureds, Arc H2s, the next 3, 5, 6, 10, 12 games that come out. Those companies are then either forced to make their own video or they have to be aware that your video is going to be in their community, and that's why structuring that video in a way that's not a sales video is so important, because you want people to feel like they can share it everywhere. And it's the bee in your bonnet. Hi, bees and bonnets. What's up, little man? You want people to then go looking for, more of your content. It's like, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to be back, and we're going to talk about the Starship Troopers. Would you like to know more? Okay, so what I mean by that is, and I'm gonna see, do I have it? I might still have I make a lot of shit tier memes. I don't make top. Oh, I do have it. I don't make top tier memes. That's Cambiguous. He makes the top tier memes. I make shit tier memes, mainly because I didn't know what memes were until like 2 years ago. I'm not even joking. I called all this shit demotivationals, but here's my thing about what your website should function on. No current release date for Ashes of Creation. Would you like to know more? I think this is what your website should do, right? This is what your website should do. It should be Starship Troopers. Would you like to know more? And with that in mind, this educational piece I talk about is a get off the monitor. Is a would you like to know more item. People that say, the guy that made the comment, the only thing I care about of the website is being able to go in there and access my account and find the store. Well, that's great. That's all you care about, but that is absolutely positively not what a website is used for. And Zetrix gave me a bunch of information. A couple other guys in my community. Zetrix didn't really give me a bunch of information. He explained information that I gotten from other people. I love my community. I have web designers in my community. They're like, here, read this. I love getting articles to read for shit I don't know. What the hell's the guy's name over on the the fuck's his name? Karthos, the guy that is always giving me shit about my website. The fuck is his name? He blocks it. Rongo over on the official Discord. As much as Rongo can't tolerate most people, he literally fuck, I owe myself $1. He sent me a full curriculum on website stuff and stuff I need to be considering. Do I like the new website, the new pack stuff? I haven't even gotten there yet. Let's get there now. Let's get there now. Here is the new Voyager Plus pack. And let me center this up. Okay, so I want to give a massive shout out to Lieutenant Toast. Rongo is the proverbial pot calling the kettle black. I agree with that, but I needed the person's name. I want to give a huge shout out to Lieutenant Toast. I think Toast is the best possible fit for community manager that they could have had. Here's why. Number one, she engages with the community. Number two, she's funny. Number three, she has an infinite amount of patience, or so it seems, for the people that make the same mistakes over and over again. All that aside, when issues come up like the Greaves yesterday, are those boot pieces or are those leg pieces? If you have those in your foot slot, are you going to be barefoot? If you have those in your leg piece is your ass going to be hanging out. You see what I'm saying? Do you see? Oh, that is oh. Awesome. I'll share this with you guys in a little bit. I have a secret artist in the community that makes all these new pieces. Can we hope for the ass hanging out? No, because I'm going to tell you the answer. I just want to get the answer directly. Where is likely a shoulder cut the thickets? The team let me know that the greaves would be a leg pants item accordingly. So I want you to realize that the cosmetic in the lower left-hand corner next to the full body cosmetic is a leg cosmetic. So honestly, are we going to have, is this like assless chaps? Like, is this assless chaps? Are you going to, seriously, are you going to be in your small clothes? It's what Final Fantasy calls underwear. It calls it small clothes. Are you going to be in your small clothes? Are you just going to have your underwear and then these leg things hanging out? You know, what is going on? Shin slot confirmed. Yeah. Like, I think it's great. I think it's amazing, but you didn't think this one through too good. Thighs. Yeah. Glistening thighs. Glistening thighs. Again, though, you know, Intrepid Studios keeps making the same mistakes. Keeps making the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over and over. Because, you know, if you're gonna make the same mistake over and over, let's just keep making it, right? Let's not learn from our mistakes. Why is the camera like angled off? Did I move it? It's like on the other. Oh, because I know why. Hold on one second. I'm sitting here all day. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with the camera. I'm using the other camera today because my dumbass did something stupid. So we do this, and then we do that. That'll be better. There we go. I forgot to load NVIDIA Broadcaster before I started the show. It's never a good time. That's better. It's been driving me nuts all day. I couldn't, because I was like, why is it broken again? Intrepid Studios needs to stop selling fucking freehold cosmetics. See, I said it nicely, and then I said it a little less nicely, and then I said it like matter-of-factly, and then I said it meanly, and now I'm gonna say it over the top meanly. Stop selling fucking cosmetics for freeholds until you figure out what building all the old freeholds go on, and then from this point forward, don't sell any more fucking freehold cosmetics until you know what they go on. Make a fucking decision, because this makes you look like a fucking clown, okay? You want me to get hot? I can get hot like that in a second. It makes you look like fucking clown shoes when I can't know what item that freehold cosmetic goes on. Is it a house? Is it a chapel? Is it a shrine? Do I just put it in the middle of my freehold? Okay, what the fuck do I do with this thing? And it's getting to the point now where apparently I got to go full dick mode in order to, you know, get them to make a change. You don't know what the fuck it goes on because you don't have the system that far developed. You don't have 4,000 pages of game design document. That's why you can't give an answer. Hello? I know you're going to get mad that I said that. However, can you fault that logical train of thought? What is so hard about you going backwards? What is so hard about you going backwards, telling us what building all these other... Can I put this on my tavern? So if I put this on my tavern, does 2 serving wenches and a fucking bar appear in the middle of it? Obviously, it's not a tavern, but what is it? And I know the thing is, well, we're not ready to discuss, then you're not ready to sell. And normally I'm never the type to interrupt somebody while they're in the middle of a sentence. But if you're going to come out with a stupid ass, we're not ready to discuss, I'm going to cut you off and say, then you're not ready to sell them either. Do I buy this? What do I put it on? I am totally okay with Steven's mentality that he wants to sell the thing. He wants to reward the people who take a chance and buy the cosmetic art for what the final thing is going to be. And I'm okay with that. But you can't even tell me what that goes on. And it's not like this has been said. It's not like this has been said once or twice or 1 month or 2 months or 5 months or 10 months. Look at this. Hold on. We're actually gonna, just so we're clear. I'm gonna, you guys are always important and near and dear to my heart, but I'm gonna cover over the chat for a second. I'm gonna put this free. I'll cover. See, if I do that, we can still see most of the chat. I'm gonna put this right here, right? And I'm always ready. I'm always ready. I'm always angry and I'm always ready. Here's the new freehold video. Okay. Here's the new freehold video. And we're gonna pause it at a couple of choice spots. Because this needs to get answered, because you keep selling these fucking things and nobody knows. Nobody knows. So here's my freehold. And each one of these things is an element, right? Is an element that that you can skin. I see a house, I see a field, I see a shrine, I see a fishing pond. How big is this thing? Does this thing go on the shrine? Okay. So is this thing gonna take the place of the front walkway of my freehold? Okay. And if it does it have any, not does the cosmetic have a gameplay effect, but does the item that I skin with this cosmetic have an effect? Okay. So what am I, okay. Am I putting this on a horse corral? I don't think this goes on a horse corral. Am I putting this on the fishing pond? Am I putting it on the shrine in the back left-hand corner? Obviously I'm not putting it over my field. Can I put it on my field? What if is this a herb garden? Is this a herb garden? Is this a flower garden? Can I harvest the flowers? So does this make my plot of land for my flowers look like this? But I like an Arc-Age advanced gatherer's house? Is that how this works? That the plants and shit become gatherable? What am I putting this on? What am I putting this on? And is it a wedding chapel? It can't, okay, it can't be a wedding chapel, right? It can't be a wedding chapel because there can't be any buffs. There can't be any buffs on the cosmetics. So tell me about the item that this goes on, right? Tell me about the item that this goes on. And why can't you? And why have we asked? Yeah, there can't be a buff on the cosmetic, but there can be a buff on the item that we put it. If Steven wants to reward early backers, all he needs to do is give us some intrepid points so we can buy cosmetics later or when we know what we're getting into. However, if he did that, we won't have the fear of missing out, and that's apparently a big no-no for them. Well, unfortunately, you can't do that. You could do that from this point forward, but you can't ex post facto that and go back and do that. Because you've already, I mean, sure, you could, if you wanted to, you can do whatever you want. It just becomes a matter of what do you have to do morally to, like, if you're going to suddenly say we're changing the way the store works, well, then you have to allow everybody that wants to get a refund. Or if you don't want to do a refund, you have to allow everybody to turn in the items they don't want for embers. That just creates tack time. That creates a ton of touch time. They don't even have to say what the buildings will do. Just give a list of the planned buildings. Real generic would work. Yeah, right? So really, really, really generic. But they can't even do that. How do I buy that pile of gold? Karthos, you have no idea how many times I've gotten PM'd that recently. You have no idea. You have no idea. Yeah, do I get a gold watch when I pre-order the pack? Yeah, you have no idea. How many times I've been asked, why are they selling gold in their cash shop? Alpha and beta keys, that makes sense. Those are okay. Because that's pretty clear. Alpha and beta. That brings to my biggest question. From 0 to 100, how complete is this game relative to how much work they still have to do? Yeah, that's a good question, Unlucky Geek. And the answer is we don't have an answer. And the scary part is they won't give us an answer. They won't give us an answer on that. But we're at the point where stop selling the damn cosmetics for the freeholds until you put out a list of what they're going to go on. And if you can't do that, then why are you either can do it or you can't. It's not a matter of if you want to or not. It's not a matter if you want to or not. It's really at this point, either you can or you can't. You're Jack Sparrow or you're, you're William Turner. You're on the edge of the boat and Jack Sparrow's getting ready to dump you off in the water. And he says, there's what a man can't do. And there's what a man can do. I'm confused now by this rant. Isn't everything in the freehold open to move and edit? With this in mind, can't this just be a cosmetic non-functional piece? And can't I make the fiend as big or as little as possible? No, you have to have the appropriate building to skin the, you have to have the appropriate building to skin that structure onto. You can't make the fields as big or little as possible. The fields are like Tetris. The fields are a fixed size. There's small fields, medium fields, and large fields. You have to go get the right blueprint. No, it's not open editing. It's never been open editing. You have to, if you want a small field, you go get a small field. I'm hesitant to say ESO housing. It's more going to be like this. And hold on, guys, before I can move forward with this, I must bring the I got to bring this down. Because it's only right. It's only right that I do so. No, I don't want to replace that one yet. We might need that one again. Where is, oh my God, how big is this fucking picture? All right, let me delete that. Let me try again. You guys asked for it. I have an artist who wants to remain nameless who makes the little funny things you guys want. He makes the little funny things you guys want. So there you go. It's Bob Ross time. It's Bob Ross time. Hearts in chat, loves in chat for the guy that did this. Amazing person. So here is the freehold system, right? So first of all, you have your very fixed boundary of your freehold. It can never grow. And so I want a house, and I want a small house. So I drop in a small house plan and I drop it here, right? And I do that because I want my house to be that color. Thank you. So I do that because I want to put in 3 fields, and the fields are this size, right? The fields are like this. So this is how, and please forgive me for not duplicating them exactly. So the fields go in like that. But I also want a fishing pond, and the fishing pond is shaped like this. So I can put the fishing pond here because I've got space, right? Or I could have put the fishing pond here, but I got to fit it in. Now, say I want to put in a tavern, and the tavern's this big. Well, now, obviously, I have problems. I can't put the tavern in like that because the tavern is overlapping things. So now I got to start deciding, okay, I want the tavern, but I don't want that field. So I'm going to take that field out, right? I'm going to take out this field, or I'm going to take out all the fields, right? Because I didn't like the way that worked. So I'm going to take out everything but the tavern. And now I'm going to base everything on the layout on the tavern. I have a tavern and I don't have, I can live there. I don't need a house. So now instead of those fields going that way, I still want to have my fields. So now I have to have the fields this way. And I get lucky because 2 small fields will fit like this, but they also have a large field that's more square. But just for the sake of annoyance, it clips out over the edge a little bit. Well, now I've got some other problems. So that's how the housing works. Could I make custom houses with walls? No, you can't make custom houses with walls and stuff. You can't put in custom walls. No, you can't add walls to the structure. You can change the wall style, you can change the flooring style, but you can't decide right here that you want to split this room and put in a wall. You can't like make a workshop. You have a living room. That's what this house has, right? Now you can decorate it as a workshop. You can decorate it any way you want, but you can't, you can't just put in extra walls. You can't put in extra walls. So your bedroom is down the little side part. That's where your bedroom is. You can't no, you can move the sofa on the wall because the sofa is a furniture piece. You can't put a sofa on the wall. No, the sofa has to be the sofa has to be put on the ground. You can move the furniture around, but you can't put in a new wall. You can't decide you want to make this open area to, you can't decide that you want to make this, this 2-room building a 3. I hope they remove that though. That's not removing anything. ESO's got problems with its housing system because ESO's housing system is instanced. You can't let people in an open world house start doing whatever the fuck they want. It creates problems. Having people put in more walls is unneeded. If you want more rooms, level up your house and get your house up to the 2nd level. I'll tell you right now, Final Fantasy 14 has that shit where you can put in extra walls and that becomes a nightmare too. And then people are putting in support tickets and they're like, I can't get my wall to line up. And support is like, well, we can't help you. I want to create custom features. I'm happy you want to create custom features. You can create custom features. You can't put in your own walls. They said no. They're not going to go back on it. It's too much work for too little ROI. Sorry. You can check out a content creator called Yaruki. She is a content creator that shows you how to do things like how do you build a wall in a game that doesn't allow you to put up walls, and how do you put up partitions to simulate an extra room. ESO does that. I know ESO does it. ESO also does it in instanced housing. Listen. Instance housing doesn't create the same problem when it's in the open world. For example, if I can put in walls, then that's one more thing you have to load. Okay? So if I want to cause you lag at a particular crossroads in a fight, I mean create custom walls with tables. Yes, that you can do. That you can do because that's not putting in walls. That's putting in simulated walls with partitions or other shenanigans. What the fuck, guys? You all like abandoned me. Like I anchored in on the purple and you're all just like, nah, fuck it. you're all like going out to I'm just gonna stand. I'm not gonna buff none of you. I'm just gonna stand here. You crazy people. Look at that. You left. Oh, thanks, Trippy Logic's character. You came over and hung out with me. That means a lot to me. You're all gonna die because you don't have a flag bearer with you. Simulated walls. Yes, simulated walls you can do. Final Fantasy XIV allows you to put up simulated walls as well. I can't think of a game that actually allows you to put in a wall. I was thinking Final Fantasy did, but then I realized when Joe Schmo said that, which is a cool name, by the way, that people make custom rooms with glitches, and that's cool. That's a cool thing. Man, I suddenly got a back spasm, and I'm not due to go to therapy for a while. None of this, man. None of this shit. Knock this shit off. 1 minute. I'm gonna wait the 1 minute so I can put my healer down. I am not exactly crushing it. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna do a musketeer. Surround me with range so I can get my assists. Stretch, yeah, man. I need to stretch this back out. I will definitely be appreciative of a stretch. Like I said, I got up this morning. I normally stretch. I normally do my first set or two of free weights before the show. And because Kong Vector got to me, I was like, wow, tons of stuff. Is there going to be crafting like Night Online? I can't answer your Night Online question because I don't know the game Night Online. Is it still a game that's up and running? Is it a game I can check out? Is it a game I can see? Never heard of it. I need, you know what I need? I need dry needling. I need to call the doctor and say that I need to be dry needled. I know some of you find that disgusting, but dry needling is amazing. It's where they put all the pins in your back and it aggravates all the muscles and it causes them to spasm. It causes them to spasm and exhaust themselves. For those of you that are new to my show, I have a fairly debilitating shoulder, neck, back injury from years ago. I don't have a bicep tendon connected to my left arm, and my left arm was shattered when they put in the surgical pin. Also, how the hell hot is it in here now? You know what? I just can't wait for air conditioning season. That's all I need. It's so hot that my thermostat ran away. Or my little thermometer. I don't know where the hell I put it. Where are you hiding? Hiding somewhere. So Mortal Online is old. How did it happen? Not a really good story. It happened because of in combatives. Oh, here it is. Holy shit. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna pop the fan in. Fill the lights, lower the temp, exhaust fan in here. We'll get some natural light in the background and get the exhaust fan running, pull the hot air out of here. No, I was in combatives for the Air Force, and we were supposed to be going at 60% because it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. They were teaching people how to do an arm bar. And the guy was supposed to go at 60% just for the demonstrate the technique, and he decided to go at like 110%. Well, when you've already relented to being in the arm bar position, you're fucked if the person doesn't know what they're doing. And yeah, I got pretty well fucked up. And so I've had all that like an arm bar is designed to just completely destroy the shoulder joint, and he did. Tore my hamstring 15 years ago. Chiro put dry needles in the back of my thigh. I was determined not to swear, but failed repeatedly. Man, my chiropractor, by the way, Europeans or people in parts of the world where chiropractors are like the crystal people, not in America. In America, they're medical trained people. They have 4,000 contact hours of hands-on before they get their certification. Same word, different meanings, different parts of the world. My guy on bass, who I've known for 15 years, he put the needles in my back and he said, I'm going to check on you in between every patient. You just let me know. And I'm going to have the med students coming in and out and just looking at the placement and stuff. I said, you know what, whatever, man, you do you. And he comes back in like 40 minutes later and the needles are all still jumping. He's like, are you all right, Captain? I said, yeah, why? He's like, it's been 40 minutes. I'm like, the muscles aren't exhausted yet. He's like, okay, we need to stop. He's like, come back in 2 days. I love the fact that he had medical students, though, because I could just pop in there and be like, hey, can I get dry needled by a student? He'd be like, yeah, come on in. You can check on Twitch. However, crafting worked on a scale of +0 to +7. You had a chance to make it +2 all the way to 7. However, each plus had a different chance. There was an anvil. No, Kill-A-Lot. The crafting system in Ashes of Creation will not be like that. The crafting system. There is a enchanting system, 2 different parts. Let me break it all down for you. Intrepid Studios doesn't want there to be an element of RNG in the crafting. They want crafters to feel comfortable with the fact that when they put in their 10 mithril ingots, their 2 diamonds, their 1 ruby, their 1 sword handle, their whatever, and they hit craft, they want there to be no shenanigans on what item you get. Now, is there going to be a level of experimentation that you can discover recipes through experimentation? Yes. But that is not mutually exclusive to what you see is what you get. The item grade is, I'm unsure how you get from like a grand to a rare to an epic. I'm unsure if an iron sword has a green version, a green version, a blue version, a purple version. I'm trying to think of the Arcage colors. Green, blue, purple, orange, silver, red. I'm unsure if I can make an iron sword in multiple tiers. What I do know is that when I do make my iron sword, I can enchant it from +0 to +10 through the enchanting system. Now, the enchanting system is a place where there is RNG. There's safe enchanting, there's semi-risk enchanting, and there's high-risk enchanting. No risk enchanting is, and I'm just making up numbers here, these aren't Intrepid's numbers, but 0 to 4. From +0 to +4, there's no risk. I just get the enchanting stones, the fairy dust, the 2 pixies, I throw them in the pot, I hit enchant, and my weapon goes up from 0 to 1. From say 5, 6, and 7, there's a chance that I'm gonna play the cha-cha slide. I put in my 20 things of pixie dust, my 7 fairies, my 1 whatever evil root, and I try to go from +6 to +7. I can get a want fail. It didn't go up. I can get a want fail. I slide backwards, and then I got the high risk, high reward level. I'm at +7. I'm trying to go to +8, and well, 7 to 8 comes with the risk of kaboom. On a fail, I explodes. Now that's great. That system of the game reminds me of pay to win, as you have cash shop items preventing or increasing the craft upgrade chance. Yes, a system like that does lend itself to pay to win. Steven has said there's not going to be any pay to win. Am I cautious about the fact that they are designing a system that very easily could become pay to win? Yes, I am. Do I acknowledge that system could very easily become pay to win? Yes. If Intrepid Studios tells me they're not going to make it pay to win, am I likely to believe them? Yes. If Cacao was making this game and they told me about that system and they told me there'd be no pay to win, I'd say, yeah, right. Thanks, bro. I'm still wanting to buy one of the prepacks. Do I think it's worth it? Yes, I think it's worth it. But here's what I have to say. The only thing I ask people to do, I'm shamelessly shilling here. If people are interested in Ashes of Creation, you've never heard about it, you haven't signed up yet, I'm asking you to sign up using my referral link. Remember that 15% we talked about earlier? That goes to making like the music, the soundtracks that I make. That money doesn't go into my pocket. I'm investing all that money back into the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated holdings. And it costs you nothing anyway, so that's awesome. If you already have your account, great. Am I going to sit here, beat the drum and tell you to buy a Founders Pack? No. I'm going to tell you don't buy a Founders Pack unless you are 100% sold. And I'm going to tell you don't buy a Founders Pack unless you're 100% sold and you love this set of cosmetics. Because you can't buy into Alpha right now. But Alpha 1, you can buy into Alpha 2, you can buy into Beta. Unless you absolutely love these cosmetics, don't spend a dime on Ashes of Creation. Sign up. Swing by the show periodically. Swing by Ashes 101 periodically. I wouldn't spend $1 if I were you. Why would you spend $1 today on the 3rd of March when on the 19th of March, I am going to be able to show you Alpha 1? Alpha 2 is probably a year away. That is probably pretty fair. If you don't like this month's cosmetic set, Alpha 2 packs are not going to go away anytime soon. So, am I a bad salesman? Am I a bad salesman because I say don't spend any money today? No. Why? Because the one thing that I do honestly appreciate Steven for is that Steven has made the statement that if you're not 100% convinced, don't spend any money. If you want to wait, the alpha packs for Alpha 2 will still be there. I am glad, and here's the thing, guys, I don't know if it has a damn bit to do with me or not. I don't have the first clue if it has a damn bit to do with me or not. But I am so thankful that Steven did not open Alpha 1 sales arbitrarily and, then have to say on his stream, we ran into issues. Because then the inevitable questions would have come up as, well, why did you suddenly start making more money on a fully funded project if you ran into issues? Shouldn't you have known you already had the issues? And then it's going to open up into a whole can of worms. A whole can of worms. If you closed your Alpha 1 sales years ago, so sorry, but that was your decision. There is a way to reopen Alpha 1 packs. And I've said this on my show a number of times. I'm assuming Steven has seen my diatribe on how to get Alpha 1 packs opened again. The only way you open Alpha 1 packs is after you get through your already scheduled testing session and then well into the Alpha 1 in April, you turn around and you say, all right, guys, I'm going to give you some facts. I'm going to give you some figures, and I'm not just going to give you facts and figures. I'm going to give you some server logs. And even though server logs can be fucking bullshitted and fabricated, you're either going to go through the process of giving us server logs and they're authentic, or you're going to go through an elaborate scheme. If you're going through an elaborate scheme, the nice thing about schemers is that you eventually catch them in the 3-card money and you catch them pocketing the queen. So you eventually catch people who are scamming you. They said in February they ran into some issues. They didn't disclose what those issues were. So they shouldn't be selling Alpha 1 packs now. I know it makes people cry. Let me say that back. It makes people sad that they're not selling Alpha 1 packs, that those people who are just finding out about Ashes of Creation, they can't get into Alpha 1. But the thing is this. With the number of testers you already have, if you're still finding issues, then you don't need to invite anybody else in. You already know that you have issues. Fix the issues, then invite people in. I don't think that you can turn around I think the only way you can turn around and legitimately open Alpha 1 sales is if you can turn around and say, we're not getting the number of testers that we needed. We're not getting the number of testers that we needed to properly stress test the servers. I have already contacted the Alpha 1 testers via email. And guys, this is what I'm saying, how you open Alpha 1. I'm not saying they've said this. I've already contacted the Alpha 1 testers and told them I need all hands on deck. However, I'm not getting the all hands on deck I need. Therefore, I'm opening up Alpha 1 sales again for people who are interested in helping test. That's already a dangerous route to go. It's a loaded gun being spun on a table, because somebody could then say, well, if you need more testers, just invite high pack Alpha 2 testers. Absolutely. At the end of the day, though, if you have the opportunity to make money to fund development, you do it. So I think there is a way for them to reopen Alpha 1 sales. How much was the Alpha 1 pack? $500. $500. Bro, I've been waiting for a year or more on this game, even before the talks. However, it's a hefty amount to pay, but legit, I have been like 90% to pull the trigger. I want an Alpha 1 pack, so I'm not sure what to do. Well, here's the thing, man. Kill a lot if you want an Alpha 1 pack. If you want an Alpha 1 pack, and I see that you have TV at the back of your name, so I'm gonna make the assumption. I'm gonna make the assumption that you not only want to test, but you also want to stream the test. Here's the thing. If you aren't in love with these cosmetics, wait. If these cosmetics end up being the ones that Alpha 1 packs come out with, great. If you're not, because here's the thing, and this is why I'm a bad salesman, and this is why it's okay. Because I'm not here to get you to sign on the line that is dotted. I'm here to get you to sign up for an account. I am not here to get you to spend any money today. That would be disingenuous to me. Buy Alpha 2 today, even though you can't play it till probably 2022. I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that. I've seen other content creators so fucking hungry for the commission, that 15%, that they're telling people, I'm going to tell you not to buy unless you absolutely love these cosmetics. Why? Because next month will bring with it the same pack with 6 different cosmetics. Maybe you find something you really enjoy. If maybe they attach Alpha 1 to this and you pull the trigger because you want to be an Alpha 1 tester. You have nothing to lose by waiting and everything to gain. Everything to gain. Man, how much is the add-on cost? Okay, so there's 2 parts there. The add-on cost to get into Alpha 1, while not officially stated, would be $125 to take you up to the $500, the same amount everybody else paid. Now, if you want to buy the individual cosmetics, I just dropped a link, you can add them on as add-ons. Of course, some people are going to say, oh my God, scam. And I'm going to say, don't buy them. 46 Nation, why'd you have to bring up the spear, man? Why'd you have to bring up the spear? Let me double check so that I'm not wrong. Let me make sure that I'm not wrong. I think they have changed it to where it says, the spear is not included. View more info. Cosmetic costume does not include the weapon pictured. I'm glad we finally got them to include that. We got them to include that, and that was important. It is there for flavor. It's also concept art. It also means that particular spear may show up in game, but it just does. You don't get it automatically, because remember, every class can equip every weapon. Every class can use every weapon. So, keep that in mind. Where was I? All right, I'm gonna stand up again. My back is hurting. Oh, I'm also gonna jump out of the room real quick. I will be right back. Actually, yes, it's 12. I'm gonna go get liquid breakfast. I'll be right back. Uh, that wasn't good. That was absolutely not the intended result. Hopefully after today I can get the camera properly mounted. Because the new 40 or the new 34-inch the new 34-inch LG monitor that Zetric says, yeah, Jay, just buy this, arrived. I'm just waiting now on the mounting bracket. The big boy, yeah. I had to get, I looked at my mounting brackets and I was like, can my mounting brackets handle this? And I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to consider if my mounting brackets can handle this. I'm going to just get new mounting brackets because I'm not going to risk an $800 monitor on cheaper brackets. Send me the one you got. Send you what one that I got? The monitor? I got the one you linked me. Oh, the mounting bracket? Okay, I can do that. Well, I'll send it to you once I know it gets here and once I read all of their stuff and I make sure that it works. No joke, I was debating on creating a new idea homepage concept for them, which is videos playing and cool stuff, but then again, it's so much effort for something they won't listen to anyway. Oh, the one you have now, I mean? I can't send you the mounting bracket I have now. I need the mounting bracket I have now to, because 2 monitors, 2 mounting brackets. Third monitor, 3rd mounting bracket. I'm mounting the big bitch that I got. I'm mounting that son of a bitch. The Amazon link. Okay. Let me get it today. Let me make sure it works for this monitor. Oh, hold on. Never mind. I understand what you're saying. You're telling me to send you the one I ordered to make sure the one I ordered is going to work. It takes me a minute sometimes. Bear with me. Bear with me. That's the one I ordered. That's the one I ordered. Because it's specifically designed for up to 38-inch monitors and it's designed for curved monitors. So, and it holds up to 31 pounds in weight. And son of a bitch. I hope it comes with screws. Because I don't have Vesta screws on hand. Anyway, this section of the show brought to you by Vanilla Cream Slim Fast. For when you started off at 258 pounds and you've done really good on your diet, except 4 months out of the year, you like cookies and fudge and Rice Krispie treats. And you're only going to have 180 calories until 5 o'clock. Also, I want to share with you guys a little funny. You guys know on this show, I believe this is a show. It's a community. Some people don't like the personal stories. I'm the wrong streamer for you. So as you guys know, last Thursday, I'm sitting in my room. I'm sitting in my office. And hey, don't eat that dust. What is wrong with you? You're a dumb cat. The Ram is a mount. The Ram is a mount. The Chariot is a caravan. The Bunny is a cosmetic. Oh, wait, no. The Ram is a pet. The Bunny is the mount. The Ram is a pet. Last Thursday, I'm sitting in my office, the end of the day, show for Friday was prepped. My daughter comes in and she's like, Mom's on the floor. Because, you know, Mom's on the floor is just a fucking common occurrence in my household, right? So I get up and I go to my wife. My wife is in excruciating pain. She had been in excruciating pain at dinner. She went out with her friend and then shit went sideways. Now, when I say excruciating pain, my wife has broken 8 vertebrae. She was in the military. She was in a horrific accident due to somebody's stupid human not following rules tricks. She broke 8 vertebrae. And my wife is one of those people that has been to the other side. When our teenager was being born, our teenager killed my wife, and she was born dead. So I got a bunch of half demon people running around my house. So when my wife looks at me and says, I'm in excruciating pain, that's put my wife in the car and take my wife to the hospital. There's no fucking around. When my wife says she's in pain, we're fucking done. Get to the ER. It was a kidney stone, and if you've never had a kidney stone, I've never had a kidney stone. Kidney stone, from everybody that has told me they've had kidney stones, a kidney stone will fucking floor you. It's like being stabbed in your internal organs. I don't know. I can't speak firsthand about it. But the funny part is my wife was we went to the hospital in network, right? We went to the hospital we're supposed to go to, the hospital that has all your on-hand medical records. So, my wife, you have to, when you have TRICARE, you have to do a follow-up with your PCM after an ER visit. It's just a way that they make more money. My wife goes to see her PCM, and the PCM is a retired Air Force, a retired Air Force doctor. And he comes in and he says, did they give you X medication? I'm sure you guys will forgive me. You don't need to know the exact names of the medication. He's like, did they give you X medication? And she's like, yes, that's what they gave me for my pain. And he says, and you're still taking this medication that I prescribed you? Yes. The one that's in your file? Yes. He's like, stop taking this medication, stop taking this medication, stop taking this medication. All of your internal organs are inflamed. Awesome. Considering that my wife has no optional internal organs now, because all the optional ones have been removed. That's always the news you want to get from the doctor. The nice part now is I'm not military. So, you know, I get to call people and be like, hi, you fucking morons. Let's talk. How the fuck do you miss the drug interaction warning that apparently pops up when you put it in the computer for the patient? Pop, drug interaction warning. So now, of course, due to some idiot doctor, my wife's got to go see another doctor. I swear, man. I swear. One day people are going to figure out that we need to get away from all the bullshit doctors and we need to just go back to having the medicine man. Medicine man, it hurts. Smoke pipe. It hurt, man. It hurts. And there's no way to make it hurt less other than just taking drugs while it's passing. Yeah, Sparky told us the story. I don't want Sparky to tell us that story again. That one hurt me. Sparky can't pass his kidney stone. So. Let's see. Where were we? We are 3 hours and 36 minutes into the show. Normally, I'd be like a little kid at Christmas and like, okay, guys, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go early so I can set up my new monitor. But I can't because I don't have the bracket. The monitor came post-service, which is weird, man. The monitor came directly via the post office. They like never do that anymore. I'm trying to figure out why the postman brought this one. That doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit how it gets here. But I don't have the bracket, so I can't get it set up. My monitor's not more than 31 pounds, is it? I hope not. My monitors downstairs were kind of a trip, man. My monitors downstairs were like a couple of ounces light enough to go on the mounting brackets. Luckily, Uplift Desk. A couple of you have bought Uplift Desks, but yeah, 24 pounds. And that's with the stand, so it's obviously gonna be okay. I called Uplift Desk and I was like, hey, these are the monitors. These are the monitors that I'm buying with your monitor arms. And I was buying the monitor arms from them just as the package deal. And they were like, yeah, you're really, really close. You're really, really, really close on weight, but you're okay. And I was like, okay, that's good. My body got ruined by a doctor. Also, my doctors here in America suck. Yeah, I agree. Just check the monitor in our store here. Wow, if I'd gotten that, my PC would cry for being neglected. Oh, Tobnosh, you don't want to know what my PC is because you'll probably like throw a beer at your wall or you'll slap a coffee off your desk. If I told you what my PC is, you're gonna get you're gonna get angry. You're gonna get angry with me. You'll just be like, fuck this guy. I'm out of here. I had one person already get pissed at me. One real life friend got pissed at me because of my new PC, and they said you could have bought a car. Will we be able to move our UI around in Ashes of Creation? Yes. Right now, what you see for the UI is placeholder. The reason why video game companies keep their UI placeholder until near the end is because they don't want other people making their UI look similar, and they like the UI is really what gives the like essence of the game. So they don't want it to look like, oh, Ashes of Creation made their game look like New World. You know, they don't want that to happen. Oh shit, I gotta ping Tamir. We forgot, because we can't on Wednesdays. Although I don't know when the hell we're gonna have time. I don't know when we're going to have time to run our dungeon today, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. We gotta go for a walk. It's walking weather. You guys can bet how glad I am that it's walking weather. Did I get any? I still haven't gotten any fucking assists. I'm never gonna finish this quest. It's impossible. Will there be integrated DPS heal graphs? We don't know yet. Somebody asked if there's gonna be somebody asked if there's about the instancing in the world. Let me grab that one because I missed it. Now I'm remembering I missed it. How do you stop people from bringing too many other people into a dungeon? You don't want them to bring a whole bunch of people. So how do you stop them? That's easy. I'll show you. So, and this is going to be amazing art. So, which is why we have Chibi Ross up on the top of the screen, right? So, here's our boss fight room, right? Here's our boss fight room. And you only want this to be for 40 people. So that's the wrong size pen. I'm going to assume that this is representational of like 40 people. I'm not obviously going to draw 40 X's here. And so what you do is you have the big mean dragon cat, because I can't draw a cat or a dragon. So it has I got to make sure it has a tail, because it has to have a tail swipe. That's an amazing fucking cat boss. Amazing cat boss. Intrepid, hire me on the spot. So, we're going to assume I'm going to draw a bunch more X's so that you can see sort of like the gravity of this. So, say you want to make a boss fight, right? You want to make a boss fight and you only want 40 people in here. The question is, how do you stop 80 people from coming to the boss fight? Well, number one, if the boss gets attacked from behind, then the boss is just going to say, fuck you, and I'm going to do a tail swipe. So if the boss you just make the mechanics, the boss is going to do a tail swipe. You also, periodically during the fight, you have ground mechanics, where the only safe spot of the board is right here. Or you can do two of them. You can do safe spots on either side of the board. But what you do is you make it so the amount of safe spot on the board only fits the number of people that you want in the fight. Now, since there is player collision, you can't stack up all on 1x. You can't have the entire raid basically standing right here. If you're standing here and Bobo the Clown DPS was late coming and the AoE or the unavoidable damage goes off right on the edge, if you're on the edge, you're actually gonna buddy bump him and he's not gonna be able to get into the safe spot. So mechanics and movement and stacking is gonna be important. Now, some people have said they don't like this. Some people have said, well, that's gonna be chaos. Well, that is what it is. That is what it is. You could have simply done you could have simply done a an instance where you can only get 40 people in the room, but then you can't contest the fights. And then you're going to have the scenarios where, since the boss fights aren't instanced, you're going to have that one jackass that sits in the boss fight room over in the corner where he doesn't aggro the boss. Well, and that's why you got to be careful about how you do the enrage for every extra person. It's really easy for the boss to know how many people am I being hit by. You definitely don't want to do a you definitely don't want to do a setup where the boss gains mechanics due to people in the room, because then all people have to do to troll you is come into the room. Now, let's be realistic here. Am I expecting Intrepid to get an A+ on their open world boss fights? No. Why? No offense to Intrepid, and I know they have a ton of great people there, but you're trying to solve a problem that AAA studios with teams of 300 people with thousands of years of experience combined on the team can't solve. And so if there's a team with 300 people on it and they have 1,700 years of experience combined on that team, I'm not saying that Intrepid doesn't have talented people, but what well are they drawing from to suddenly say, oh, we're the company that's going to get it right? Peter Bascula is the new social media manager at Intrepid Studios. He has been at TLC Engineering Solutions, which I'm already going to tell you, I hate. If you're their social media manager, I hope you didn't write their LinkedIn page. But there you go. They have a social media manager. Now, on that point, why does Intrepid keep doing shit like this? Okay. You have a community manager. You have a community marketing lead. And now you have a social media manager. I don't know, but call me crazy. But if you already got 2 people in the marketing department, plus I know you have Corey. Well, I don't know what the hell Corey's doing anymore. How many people do you need in the marketing department in-house when you also have a PR company? When I don't know, like I said, slap me twice and hand me to my mama, but I don't think you need a 3-person marketing team. I don't think 3% of your organic staff needs to be involved with marketing, especially not a social media manager when you don't have a fucking product. Once again, guys, I don't do these rants because I enjoy them. I do these rants because you enjoy them. But when I say this, I'm trying to educate people because I'm retired. I'll never work again in my life. I can stream or not. I can make YouTube videos or not. I can write or not. I will never work another day in my life. So please learn from the shit I'm giving you for free. They hired a new social media manager, and what is the end then? What is the end then? You don't have Alpha 1 for sale. Now, is it possible that they hired on the social media manager because they thought that they were going to have Alpha 1 open again? Possibly. Es posible. But this is another feather in the cap of the people who say, it looks like everything you're doing is for the almighty dollar. Now, I'm glad, like I talked about earlier in the show, for those of you that weren't here, I am really, 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 really glad that somebody at Intrepid, be it Margaret, be it Steven, be it somebody, decided to take the goddamned special offer off of this box. Okay? This website presents, you guys have no idea the optics of even one thing. I want to give you guys, and like I tell you guys all the time, I always tell you guys, if I ever recommend a book to you, you can shit call me. You can Manchester me if I recommend you a book for professional development. And I mean this with all sincerity. I want to look right now. Okay, I'm going to give you a link. And I'm going to tell you right now, you can get this book. You can get this book for $5. Okay? You can get this book for $5 used. If you have anything to do with business, you have anything to do with marketing, J. Conrad Levinson, Guerrilla Marketing. This guy is the guy that taught me, not this guy directly. The guy that taught me marketing was taught by this man directly. The man that taught me everything I know about marketing. I used to have a bunch of his books, but when I went to the military, I, like all the workbooks and stuff, I gave those to a up-and-coming marketing student. I wish I could get them back. But the Guerrilla Marketing series is basically how I ran marketing when I did marketing 20 years ago. This website, with just the change of 2 words, you get rid of a whole bunch of fucking millstones off your neck. Why? You get rid of a bunch of millstones on your neck with what was dragging you down about the website. Now the website, because you're not, the words limited time, special offer, act now, act fast, supplies are limited, don't delay. I 100% endorse this change in the shop. And I'm sure they don't give a shit if I endorse it or not. But from a marketer's point of view, this comes off as more genuine, more authentic, less cash grabby. Just the fact that they changed limited time or special offer, because first of all, special offer was not only good for you, it was fucking bad for you, because there was nothing special about the offer. The special offer simply took you to the cash shop, which sold you the normal offer packages. So there was no special in the offer. Now they changed it to breathe glorious life in Avera. Number one, I didn't even think about this earlier. Number one, this sounds more like Steven. This sounds more like Steven than limited time or special offer or act now. But the fact that now when I look at this webpage, you don't have a big shit stain on the bottom of your pants or stuck to your shoe. This glowing, horrible, all you want is my money is gone. The website looks so much better with just 2 words taken out. What did I say on Monday? And I stick by the words I say. When I looked at Ashes of Creation's website, and then I looked at New Worlds. Ashes of Creation's website, or let me do this the other way, just because it hits harder the other way. See, everything's marketing, everything's advertising. I looked at Ashes of Creation's website, and then I looked at New Worlds. New Worlds looks like a college graduate's, somebody who went to school for website design and development. It looks like their senior project. It's beautiful. Then you look at ashesofcreation.com and you compare it, and it looks like what the 5th grade did for their homeroom webpage. Now that they've made one little change, it's still not on the level of New World, but at least it looks like a 2-year college graduate's like final project, because you didn't go with that heavy-handed special offer. So much better. It's like if you guys like epic rap battles, I like my favorite one is Jack the Ripper versus Hannibal Lecter, and in the second Hannibal's second set, he says, no, you were doing fine before your ham-fisted attempt at a terrorist line. You don't need to be ham-fisted. You don't need to be heavy-handed. You don't need to beat people over with the buy now hammer. And that's why I say if anybody is driving Steven out of his lane, Steven, that's why I say the things I do to push Steven back into the lane, because he's not in the wrong lane. The book I currently am reading, The 360-Degree Leader, I read it years ago. John Maxwell, brilliant leadership leader. And even though I've read the book before, I pick up new things in it every time I read it. Leading from the middle of an organization. You can lead from any position. You can lead an organization from outside the organization. Steven's lane is the right lane to be in. Every single decision that Intrepid makes needs to keep Steven in the lane he's in. If Steven chooses to change the lane he's in, that's the boss. That's the boss making a change. I still say that good leaders have to argue with him and say, why are you making the change? That becomes Jocko Willink and Leif Babin in Extreme Ownership. Hey, you were going this way. I agreed going this way. Now you're making a 20% or a 20-degree course correction, and I don't understand why. If you want me to continue following you, you don't owe me an explanation, but I have to understand why. So that's why all these books I recommend, they're all really great reads. If you want to learn, if you want to be more successful in life. Most type games from MMORPG in comparison to AOC, which is number 4 right now. The website is an absolute dumpster fire in comparison. Let's take a quick look at that. And keep in mind though, Ashes of Creation led the hyped games chart for years. Blue Protocol, New World, Lost Ark, Ashes of Creation. Okay, let's do this. Okay. That's not what I want. That's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Okay. And I've looked at New World, and New World, you broke my heart. You broke my heart, New World. You told me to fill out your form and you would get back to me, and you didn't. I feel like I've been kicked out. Oh, where the hell is it? Oh yeah. Let me go back, because I already have that one. I lost one of them. Damn it. Can I just tell you guys that I am happy as a pig in shit due to a different game. Notice I hadn't even got there yet today. Who did I miss? I need hype. I need hype, and I need Lost Ark, and I need their official site. Okay, I'm gonna have to sit down to do this because I need to see the other monitor. That's fine. My back's not hurting as much. Okay, so all I'm gonna do is wonder why the hell that took me where that took me. Okay, so your statement was all the other 3 games and the most hype on MMORPG, their websites look better. That was your statement. Let's put that to the test. I will share the links as I go to each one. So let me stop playing this. Number 1 is Blue Protocol. So let me do side monitor, and let me do Blue Protocol. And I will share Blue Protocol. It's easy. It's blueprotocol.com. This is number 1 on the MMORPG list. Number 1, I look at it, and Zetrix is probably going to have a fit. And I know why. Because he's going to say the font is ass. And I agree. I don't, so being a smartass, but visual first impressions are everything. Is this Blue Protocol or is it, and I'm being serious, or is it Lou protocol? Are those squiggly lines next to blue? Is that blue or is it Lou with squiggly lines? And I'm just trying to be a smartass. Obviously, I'm going to be able to figure that out because I can go up to blueprotocol.com and figure it out. Website looking, so man in a boat. Where's my man on the boat sign? Obviously, the website looks great. The website looks great. But the website to me as a user is useless. Now, let me go back up to the top. Now I put it in English. News, play guide, game, library, support, login. You know what I don't see here? You know what I don't see? I don't see buy now. I don't see a store. Scroll, news. What you don't understand is in gameplay is solved here. Interesting. Keep in mind, that's translation. If any, as a side note, guys, as a side note, Korean often translates odd. Korean translates odd because of its sentence structure. English, in most of the Romance languages, Latin-based languages, are subject, verb, object languages. Subject does what to what. So, subject, I drank a beer, a tea. I drank a tea, okay? I drank a tea. Subject, verb, object. Korean is a subject, object, verb language, the way it translates. So it's I, a tea, drank. So if you're ever, the verb is at the end. So if you're ever trying to figure out like why things sound weird when they're translated from Korean, that's why. The context, the conjugation of the sentences is different. So I'm looking at this site, which somebody said is better. And the bar at the top is very similar to what Ashes of Creation has. I don't need this. I don't need this. And I don't need this. So Ashes of Creation, they don't have drop downs on their bars, probably because they don't have, that's probably because they don't have stuff to populate with, but it's the same basic structure. And it is a very good structure for the top of the page. But as I go down here, one thing I don't see is a shop. I also don't see one thing Intrepid is doing better. You see this right here? This register now. I don't see a register now. If I click on login, so now that I know it's a Bandai Namco company, I still don't see a create my account. So, I would disagree with the statement. I would disagree with the statement that the Blue Protocol website is better than the Ashes. Now, a video on the landing site, sure, they could do that. They could do that now. They could do that later. The rest of this, I don't think this is better. I don't think it's better at all. Do I think it looks more visually appealing? Sure. If you want to say, does it look more visually appealing? Sure. Is it more functional? Is it more useful? No. In its current state, do you feel the Ashes of Creation website should have links to Ashes 101 in the wiki to provide more information? Well, yes, of course I feel that way, but that's an unfair biased question. Of course I think that they should be linking to Ashes 101, the Ashes post, and the wiki from their main website. Of course I want them to do something that generates me traffic. Now, if I put on my marketeer's hat and say, should you ever be linking to a third-party site? No, because you don't control what's on the third-party site. Second of all, Lost Ark. This is the Lost Ark page. I will link this. I do not believe, now the Discord being on their site, absolutely. A link to their own Discord, absolutely. In fact, though, let's make sure we're not unfairly saying that. The Discord link is right there. Now, does everybody know social media icons? No. Should they maybe have the social media icons up at the top? Yes. Am I going to shamelessly shill something here and you guys are just going to laugh your asses off because of how I'm going to use this? Because I have many, many web pages, right? I have many, many web pages. So am I going to say that they should definitely have their social media icons up at the top? Hell yeah, I am. Because look at this. This is my merchandise store. And look at what I have at the top of the page. Look at what I have at the top of the page. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, my website, Discord, Instagram. Because why not? Because they're so small, okay? They're so small. Again, I'm going to at the bottom here of Ashes 101, YouTube and Twitch I actually spell out, and then Facebook, Twitter, Discord, Patreon. You'll notice I don't have my Patreon on my store. I think that's a little ridiculous, but I will definitely be putting the Teespring store on the bottom of Ashes 101. And then I will definitely be putting it on paradoxgaming.net, right? So I'm up to 3 sheets of go-dos. Appreciate the follow. So do I think that Ashes of Creation should right in here have their social media? Sure. Do I think Zetrix, we're gonna do I think that they need to have Intrepid Studios right here? No, I think they have the link to Intrepid Studios down here. I don't think they should have their studio name up here. I think this should head the page. I think support and account should be in over here. And I think in between shop and support and account, they should have their social media icons. Right? Now, I don't think this game is good. Let's we looked at New World. New World is pretty damn spectacular. We talked about this on Monday. You think it would be too cluttered? I don't think so, man, because look at how neat and slick this is on my look at how neat and slick this is on a website I can't even control, that doesn't have any value to you, that the only value to what we're looking at right now is the fact that it sells my merchandise. Okay? And then just because I gave you guys the other links, so Ashes, we're on Ashes, man. We're talking about their website. You think it's fine the way they do it? You know what? I don't know. But here's the thing, Zetrix. How long would it take to mock it up? Like, how long would it take to mock it up? And then here's one neither one of us saw. Yeah, 10 minutes. We could mock that up with changing the Intrepid, taking that off, putting Ashes of Creation. Hell, man. Look at the size of Ashes of Creation on Ashes 101. Look at the size of that. Is there any doubt for what game we're talking about? Look at the size of Ashes of Creation on ashesofcreation.com. You guys see what I'm saying? It's like, give me some oomph. Give me some shit. Here's the website I'm on. I think that they could remock this up. Yeah, see, TF, you didn't notice it either. You didn't notice it either until you get it pointed out to you of how tiny the Ashes of Creation is. Okay, now you take this. I think a different mock-up they do is, and this is all about continuous process improvement. I think you knock off the Intrepid Studios. You make the Ashes of Creation logo bigger. You put support and account in this main line, and then you put maybe the social media icons just to see how it looks. Obviously, we covered New World the other day. I don't think anybody is beating New World right now. Yeah, and put Intrepid Studios at the bottom. It's already there. That's the thing. It's already there. And the big thing off of Intrepid Studios, right, is they have links to, like, they have links to all the specific things. New World is kicking ass. New World is kicking ass. I'm sold on this from their from the word go. The footer is very well done. Oh no, I definitely agree, man. I definitely agree. The footer here is very, very well done. It actually is it's actually sparked off a little bit for me that we might make some changes. You know. But New World is amazing. New World is amazing. And it's not even a splash page, man. The landing part of it is great, and then they give you everything you need in one scroll down. And they wait until the bottom to have pre-order. So that one's good. Let's take a look at Pantheon's. Pantheon has a video on the landing. Also, guys, keep in mind that on the video that until I get the new monitor in, you're seeing this on a really tiny ass monitor, and that's what OBS is grabbing, the dimensions of a really tiny ass monitor. Pantheon. So here's my first problem with Pantheon, and I gotta ding them right away, right here. First, top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner. Pledge now. You haven't even given, you guys know that I'm not just bullshitting off my ass. I have a video on my Jahlon on channel that talks about value, the value of value. You have not even told me the first thing about your game. You have not told me the first thing about your game. But what you have is, you have said pledge now. New World nails it. Tester sign up pre-order after you give me value. The subjective nature of how much value is irrelevant. The subjective nature of how much value is irrelevant. The thing is that you have given me value, and we're gonna flip back to it in just a second. We'll flip back to it in just a moment. We gotta do our fight. We gotta do our thing. Guys, I'm a little worried about our thing. We're getting owned by these busters. Oh no. We got a whole nother contingent of busters to deal with. We better we're out of Epic Unix except for Epic Healer and you went the other way. Veil Mistborn went the other way. Hopefully I can keep you guys alive. I'm just a low-level healer. I'm just a low healer. There's one dragon dead. We're down to 13 guys. There's some archers coming. Apparently I'm just gonna. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm just like. Oh yeah, I am. I'm like, screw you guys. I'm going home. Apparently I'm more interested in going and finding treasure chests. Luckily, those 13 that were left were mostly chests. That was a good thing. I'm glad I got my 3 assists out of that. Go me. And we got to do our boss fight today. Good job. For the boss fight, I will actually use a real unit. Okay. So now back over here. The New World site right up here. Value, 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 value. All value, value. You didn't ask for money until over here. You've still given them multiple things of value, right? They do get pre-order here, and that's okay because right next to it, they have watch trailer. Pantheon, pledge now. Why can't pledge now be moved over here over news? Have I seen the Allion website? No. I haven't. Landing page looks nice, slick. I like the video. I like the call to action. Maybe this is just me, but I feel that the website is there to inspire something. So learn more, call to action right there. Join the Desians of Terminus to uncover the mysteries of a world divided by celestial loyalty and betrayal. Make strong allies or even stronger foes while you explore a captivating landscape that has its own story to tell. The upcoming MMORPG is now in pre-alpha. That's a pretty good, I like that. That's a pretty good hook. News. I like right here, I can get information on game, races, class, media, FAQ, pledge. So here's what I don't get on Ashes. I don't get anything about the game. Key features in an open world. How many classes? How many races? Is it faction versus faction? There's nothing here. Okay. Producer's letter, I like this. Latest screenshots. More screenshots. Subscribe to the newsletter. That's good. That's a low threat call to action. Terms of service, good. Privacy policy, good. Their footer isn't better than New World's. Their footer isn't better than New World's. Out of the three, I will definitely give the props to Intrepid. Their footer is the best, I think. I definitely think that their footer is the best. It's the strongest bottom. And the call to action for the newsletter, very, very, very good. They should add a back to top button. You know, the top, this taking you back to the top of the page. I don't know if it's Zetrix. Is that going to be designed to take you to the top of the page, or is it going to be to take you back to the top of the first page? Yeah, that's how it is on Ashes 101 as well. But Ashes 101, yeah. Oh, Ashes 101, we have it in the footer. We also have it over there. So, I mean, good stuff. It's a good change. It's amazing how much one little word makes for such a big change. And I give them mad props. I give Intrepid mad props for listening to the community, recognizing they had a huge flaw, fixing it, and now their website sheds a giant millstone. They shed a giant millstone. It's like, you guys know, and I'm going to use another movie example because I'm big on movie examples. In the end of Dodgeball, and they've got the two player switch, because in Dodgeball, in that scene, they have a 3-player switch, because you catch a ball, one guy comes out, one of yours comes back, and how quickly you can make one little change. How quickly you can make one little change to a website and totally radically shift the nature of the website. I absolutely believe that taking off special offer has been the most powerful thing that they could have done. They took off special offer. It shed so much disingenuousness. It shed so much non-authenticity that it was more than just an improvement. It was an improvement. It was taking away something bad that then, with no other change, made everything else good. So that was good. I'm glad to see them listening to community outreach. Now, Critical Zen Network hits the nail on the head. There is one now, and I'm gonna give you guys a little sneaky peek into something marketers do. And it's like you got the pledge, the turn, and the prestige. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret about the pledge in a magic trick from a marketer's point of view. Sometimes it's really easy. Sometimes it's really, really easy to look at a company and say, this would have been so easy. This would have been so easy to not have dropped the ball on. And sometimes it would have been really easy to not drop the ball on. And sometimes you drop the ball on shit because the boss is going to be pissed anyway. I'll give you an example. I had a flight commander in OTS that I was warned outright, in secret, in a really funny way. I was warned that my flight commander was never, ever, 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 ever going to ever approve a memo. We had to write it was funny. It made me laugh because one of my jobs in OTS was to write memos and then get them like shredded and kicked back to me. And I actually ran into my commanding officer. He was down in Maxwell for a meeting, and he ran into me and he's like, "How's it going?" I said, "Sir, can you believe how often that my memos get kicked back for corrections?" And he was like, "What?" I was like, "My memos are getting kicked back for corrections." And he's like, of course, he's defensive of his sergeant that he helped get into OTS. He's like, "I'm going to go have a word with," I said, "Sir, it's just the game." He's like, "Yeah, I'm about to say, because you write memos. That's what you do. You're a records clerk and you write memos." Well, sometimes people are going to point out flaws no matter what it is. So I got left a really sneaky, really sneaky hint about how to deal with my flight commander. It was in my tongue and quill that was on my shelf. It was folded up in between the 2 pages on memo writing, and it was a little note, and it said, "To whoever gets this tongue and quill, please let your flight know that Captain Redacted will never ever accept a memo the first time. Even if the memo is perfect, he will add a comma, he will point out something, because he will never let you think that you got it perfect the first time." So what do you do in a situation like that? How do you get around a situation like that? Well, what you do in a situation like that is you do something silly like this, right? You blatantly tee up a correction. "I wish you would approve this memo. However, I know you are going to send it back, so I left you an easy one. And so I really would like my flight commander to approve this memo without a bunch of bullshit. However, I know that he is going to instantaneously send it back to me, and he's going to circle that, and that's all he's going to say. Because I know that instead of a comma there, it should have been a semicolon. So he's going to kick it back to me. I'm going to put a semicolon in there. And then he is not going to make any other changes. He just wants to make me play the game and print the damn thing twice. So, maybe Intrepid sent out the website in a less than optimal format with things that they already had queued up that they knew that they could fix. Because then it looks like they're listening, and it takes away the mistakes. Think of it this way. How many people are happy now that they've made the change about the special offer? Now those people are happy. They've been listened to. They've been placated. They've been pat on the head, and they go off to do their thing. It doesn't make the website better, but it makes you feel like you were listened to. Do you know how many times complaint people at Disney or at Universal, they'll log your complaint. They'll always log your complaint because you can shit check them on this, because you can just walk up later and be like, "Hey, I left a complaint earlier. Can you tell me what it was?" And they can, but they don't action all those complaints because they know, for the most part, you're complaining not because you're not giving feedback in the hopes of making the experience more enjoyable. You're complaining because you want something for free. Did you guys, some of you didn't see this. I'm gonna see if I can grab it off Twitter real quick. You guys know that I go down to, maybe you don't, maybe you're new. I take my kids down to Universal Studios every fall. Universal Studios costs me next to nothing due to my military discount. But my daughter and I, that's how we spend quality time together. We do Halloween Horror Nights together. Now, we went down in October, and I'm gonna try to grab this picture because I want you guys to see. Sometimes a complaint is more than just a bullshit complaint. Sometimes a complaint is, you got to do it. Oh, did I not tweet that picture out? I thought I tweeted that picture out. Oh, I tweeted this picture out, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes a complaint is valid, and sometimes a complaint is just somebody bullshit looking for something. The fighter has not been released, yet it will be an Alpha 1. Yeah, it'll be an Alpha 1, but it'll be long-term Alpha 1. Do you think they are delayed or just keeping it a secret? I'm freaking hyped, so it works. Fighter will get done probably after Ranger. Where did I put the picture? Where the hell did I put you? Around the desktop. The hell? Am I gonna have this problem again? I'm not all about having this problem again. The other day I couldn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can see it. Sort by name. Yeah, I can see it, but I can't see it on the other one. I'm just gonna do this because this is the fastest way. I don't know what's going on with this. OBS can't see the new files that I'm dropping, and I don't know why. Anyway, I went down to Universal Studios, and they closed the resort that I normally stay at, so they kicked me over to the resort I don't stay at, and they charged me for a suite with a view, and I said okay. Charge me for a suite with a view. This was my view. And I tweeted it out. I tweeted this out and I said, so at Universal Orlando, asked me if I wanted a water view or not. From now on, I'm asking for a palm tree view. And I said to them, I tweeted this out, and I got a message from the assistant. I got a message from the vice president of this resort. So there's a president of resorts, and there's a president of resorts, and each resort has a vice president that manages just that one resort. And I said to them, I would be okay and understanding if the seal on the window had gone bad and you didn't know that when you rented out the room. I'm not going to be a dick and say it, because there's a lot of things that happen. Window seals go bad. Fogging in windows happens. It's Orlando. There's a ton of stuff that goes on. But when you tell me that there's a water view, specifically so that I could sit up in the room and like read and look down at the pool and kind of every so like my daughter is really easy to find in a crowd. So, be able to sit up in my room, read, see my kids down at the poolside. But this isn't a water view. This is a palm tree view. Now, I'm not saying to go down and chop down the palm tree, but I'm saying that in the however many months that your resort was closed, that palm tree might have grown. This shouldn't be booked out, or they shouldn't be booked out as a room with a view. I shouldn't be paying for a room with a view price. And I wrote that up, and I published my feedback. I got contacted, and they said, we are very sorry, Mr. Jahlon. We realize we see in your file here, you join us at least once a year. We understand you usually stay at the Portofino. Because I had said in the feedback, I said, I am never staying at the Caribbean resort again. If I can't stay at the Portofino, I just won't come down. I'll just schedule my vacations around the Portofino being open. Well, of course, you got to imagine what a kick in the nuts that is as a public review for the vice president of that resort. Vice president contacted me personally and said, I apologize. Yes, you are right. It is due to COVID. We didn't realize the height that tree was at. You're actually the first guests who have been in that room since we closed. I do want to apologize for the window seal, that we weren't aware of that. I do want to reduce your room rate to a room without a view rate, and I want to pay for all your room service. Because no guest. Oh, the other part of it was we were due to get a gift card because the Portofino was closed and we were going to be staying at the Royal Pacific. And we got there, we asked where the gift card was because we wanted to use it, right? We wanted to not go out of pocket for it. They didn't have it for us. Next day we asked for it. They didn't have it for us. So the next day we said, can you just debit off our room service bill? Didn't have it. Go to checkout. We still don't have it. I didn't have the gift card that they owed us until, and I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't expect a gift card because I had to move resorts. Me, I'm a logistician. I want to keep my trip on the books. The Portofino is closed. You want me to go over to this hotel? You don't owe me a gift card for that. You don't owe me a gift card for that. But you owe me a gift card because you said you were going to give me a gift card. You guys understand what I wasn't a Karen and got a gift card because I yelled or screamed. They offered it. Hey, we want to make sure that you still enjoy your trip. We want to definitely see you because your resort of choice is going to be closed. We're going to go ahead and offer you, I think it was a $50 or $75 gift card to cover like one meal, which doesn't cover a meal, but that's neither here nor there. I said to the manager, I said, I should never have to ask more than once for something that you already said you were going to give me. Then the vice president got pretty hot. And they were like, I wasn't aware of that. Can you please give me more information on that? And the vice president was like, I am so sorry. I totally understand that you are never going to stay with us again. If you ever do decide to stay with us again at the Royal Pacific, please contact me directly because I will ensure your next stay is up to the standards of the Portofino. And I thought that, I don't think it's a matter of what you do or how things have to be perfect the first time. But I definitely think that you need to make things right when your team of people drop the ball. You need to make things right. I'm actually trying to find a picture so that you guys can see this. And this is the Universal website is horrible for pictures. Portofino Bay. Yeah, the Portofino Bay is the expensive ass hotel. And they don't have a good picture of it. Let's see. Let's see if they have a picture. That's the front of it. I don't want the front. Why can't you guys have decent pictures? Here we go. I'll share this with you guys. This is the big reason that I like this hotel. This entire thing, that's not the right thing. This entire thing is made to replicate Italy. And all the restaurants and stuff are in there on the courtyard. So if you're ever going to go to Universal Studios, I highly recommend the Portofino, obviously, because I stay there and I don't get a kickback. Although it would be cool if I had a Jahlon, like a paradox code, saved you 10% at the Portofino Bay. Wouldn't that be the height of achievement? Yeah, guys, if you're going to Disney, just say Jahlon's magic moment, and you get your free whatever. That's what I want. I don't need I've come to the conclusion that like Corsair or Elgato or Visual by Impulse. I mean, it'd be cool if they said, we're going to sponsor this guy. But when you guys see the new animations, you're going to be like, okay, that was worth the money. Anyway, back to Ashes of Creation. Lord Faulkner's point. Fighter doesn't need to be. I know I'm going to hurt your feelings here. I'm going to hurt your feelings, but Fighter doesn't need to be done. What do I mean by that? Because what of Fighter, what technical aspects of Fighter don't get covered by testing Tank? What now? Do you need Fighter in the alpha testing? No. As you guys know, if you watched Baby Raptors or Big Sister Raptors, quick critique of the Tank video, the start of it, she talks about a couple of the skills. But what what of the mechanics of melee combat do you need the fighter for that the tank doesn't cover? You need mage, you need ranger, you need healer, you need tank, then you bring on fighter. And then I know all the rogues out there are like, but I want to test rogue. No, you don't. You want to test stealth. You want to test ganking. You want to test burst damage. That's what you want to test. Just be honest, because I know you. You want to run around alpha being little fucking shitlords, poning people, right? That's what you want. You want to be able to jump out of stealth, burst down somebody in 3 seconds, because you want to be like, I want to make sure that my 3-second time to kill wombo combo, yes ma'am, eggs and ham all works. So that's not going to be Ashes of Creation. I'm sorry. Remember, I've shown you the stealth, and you know, all of which none of the other archetypes provide, so it would still be better than testing fighter. I agree. Fighter last feels good. No, not fighter last. Fighter needs to be 5th. Fighter needs to be 5th. In fact, I'm going to jump up real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, so mechanically, and I know you guys aren't going to like this and you're not going to be happy with me. Mechanically, a fighter, I'm sorry, mechanically a rogue, is a fighter with stealth. Mechanically, a rogue is a fighter with stealth. And I know you're going to say, well, then why do you have both? Well, because mechanically, tech testing a rogue is a fighter with stealth. There's nothing about the rogue's kit that doesn't get tested in fighter except for stealth. Now, Rossi, Triple C, C3. C3 says, and hopefully mitigation and evasion. Yes. However, Rack. A rogue is a fighter with stealth. And then you say, well, what's the difference? Well, exactly that. A rogue, what is your fighter? What is your fighter play like? Is your fighter more tanky? And then you start to do the tweaks, the wedges, the twists, the turns. Okay, so we want fighters to be sustained melee damage, and we want rogues to be burst melee damage. So we're going to give rogues stealth, high evasion, high mitigation, higher damage, longer cooldowns. We're going to give fighter more damage reduction, shorter cooldowns. You know, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, rogues. If we make evasion the primary, because remember, guys, evasion is a type of tank. Kiting is a type of tank. Evasion is a type of tank. Blocking, parrying, self-sustain, vampire abilities, and then pure heals. Those are all the different types of tank. A lot of people don't see it that way, but when you're building, I think everybody should be forced to play EVE Online so that they understand the different types of tank. You have shield tank, you have armor tank, you have hull tanking, and then you have no tanking, outside heals, outside sustainment only. A type of sustainment is tank. Yes, a type of avoidance, a type of mitigation, or a type of self-sustain are all tanks. Now, res tanking isn't tanking. Res tanking is zombie rushing. It's a strategy. Hull tanking just means you got a lot of it. 46 Nation, hull tanking means you use all those buffs that give you extra hull, and then you put a type 2 damage controller. Corpse rushing or zombie rushing, yeah. I guess my mechanic I meant was more reactionary evasion skill instead of cooldown based. Oh, if you're talking active dodging, yes. However, don't hate Intrepid, but Intrepid's kind of moving away from an iframe sushi roll dodge to putting dodge into the kits. Face tanking, yes, face tanking is usually through damage mitigation. But the iframe sushi roll dodge was something they mentioned a while ago that they were going to remove. Probably a good thing. My first experience in EVE Online was making my ship guy, exploring for 10 minutes, jumping through a warp gate and getting blasted by 50 giant-ass ships. Luckily, CCP learned the lesson too late, but they did put in a better tutorial. Too little, too late, but they did put it in. So, with that said, is the main focus of endgame raiding dungeons PvP or open world content? Yes, yes, and yes. There is no endgame. Ashes does not... Ashes will not be contained. Ashes will not be put into a single box. There are multiple themes in Ashes of Creation. And I hate to show my own website repeatedly, but it's really the only visual I have for this. 1 second, let me make sure. Okay, the studio didn't get back to me, and oh, he did. So when you're learning about Ashes of Creation, like I said, I wish there was other good, I wish there were other good sites I could use and I could like rotate it up. But right now, the only one that works for this example is mine. So you've got down here, you've got PvE themes and you've got PvP themes. When you click on the PvE themes, you've got quests, tasks, events, dungeons, raids, bosses, and I put loot rules there. When you go to PvP themes, you've got arenas, bounty hunting, caravans, castle sieges, enemy of the state, guild wars, node sieges, and node wars. When you say endgame is indicative of it's the only thing I need to do. For example, Final Fantasy XI's current endgame is for casuals. I have to run my expert dungeon 5 times a week, and that's all I have to do. I have to log into Ashes. I have to log into Final Fantasy like 2 hours a week, do 5 dungeons, and that's all I have to do. That is all the end game I have to do. Is there horizontal stuff that I could do? The diadem, the new relic weapon, Eden's, you know, sure, there's other stuff I could do. End game is a dangerous thing because some games have a very specific end game. There is only that thing. In Ashes of Creation, do you ever have to PvP? Well, you never have to PvP. You can be PvP'd. You can be PvP'd against your will. It's not going to make you happy, but you can be PvP'd against your will. Do you ever have to craft in Ashes? No, you never have to craft. You never have to gather. You never have to do anything. Do you have to engage in the node development? No, you don't have to engage in the node development. You could not do tasks for your node. You could not get involved in the node. You could not get involved in the node development. You could never be mayor. You could never do a lot of things, and that would be okay. There is no such thing as a PvP or a PvE realm because you cannot play the game without the other half. You could not change the face of the world without PvP. Without sieges, you could never reshape your world. Without PvE, you could never build your world. So, what you build, others can destroy, and that is just a state of the game. This isn't a type of game where, this is most certainly not the type of game where, you could have a PvE world or a PvE realm like, WoW, and then a PvP one where you have this optional level of PvP. That's not how the game works. If you have a series of nodes that are configured in a certain way and you want to destroy those nodes, the only way to destroy those nodes is to siege them. Some people would say, well, why would you want to siege nodes? Well, you want to siege nodes because by doing so, you close certain entrances to dungeons, you open other entrances to the dungeons, you change what loot table the boss would have, you change what abilities the boss would have, you change what drops the boss would have. Hello? My cat's out there saying hello. So I hope that answers that particular question. And that I love this show, guys. I will tell you, I thought that I would do this show. I thought that I would do this show until about November. Hi, buddy. That's not your monitor. Get down, please. Come on. I thought I would do this show until about November. I've been doing this show 3 or 4 times a week, 4 to 5 hours a time, since July. And we still get new people in every day. We got a lot of new people in today, so I'm happy to see that. Do we know about anything about how it works being dead? Is it like WoW or something else? Love to hate the corpse run. No, there are no corpse runs. So you're Zool and you like this. No corpse run. Oh, I like this. But yeah, that's still the same monitor box. There are no corpse runs. There are reasons why there's no corpse runs. There's going to be a lore explanation for Resurrection. We don't have that one yet, but the reason why is the mechanics around dropping, zerging. You spawn at a respawn temple. There are no corpse runs, so you could be cut off. From extensive research and coverage depends how you die. If you're corrupted, you have a chance to dropping your gear. Yes. You do have a chance of dropping your gear when you're corrupted. However, one of the interesting things about the game, one of the things is you never ever have to go corrupted. You never have to go corrupted. It is never a state you must go into. Unlike Arcage, that had a scenario where you could get your packs stolen and the only way to get your packs back would be to flag up. You never have to go corrupted. Now, are there times you're going to go corrupted? Yeah. It's just an anti-grief mechanic. It's not just an anti-grief mechanic. Because there are going to be times where you want to go corrupted. It's just when people make the argument of, well, when I have to go corrupted, no, there's no have to. It's a choice. It is a choice you make. Like the example that, the example I give is you found out through somebody at the tavern that there's a field of blood diamonds, or there's a spawn of blood diamonds, and you get there, and just as you're finishing there, you see somebody finishing up mining the last of the blood diamonds, and you need blood diamonds for your new epic accessory. Well, one way to go about getting them is to ask the person to sell them to you. Another way to go about doing that is to flag up and kill them. Your choice is to get those blood diamonds any way possible. If the person flags up and defends themselves, you'll get less diamonds, but no corruption. If they don't defend themselves, you'll get corruption, but more diamonds. And now the race is on. Now you have to kill enough mobs to work off your corruption before the local bounty hunter sees that you just pinged on their map. Can I explain the tombstones you see in the video when you die? Steven's a clicker. Probably a temporary, probably either a temporary thing for testing or something they're going to remove, because why the hell are you spawning yet another thing that I have to load in? I don't need a tombstone next to you to know you're dead. I know you're dead because you're on the ground and your health bar says 0. I really hope they get rid of that. I really hope it's just for testing. Because I think loading. So imagine you're in a 500 versus 500 fight and there's been a big wipe, and imagine the strain on people's PCs when 400 out of the 500 people all die, and now you have to load and render 400 gravestones. What we're talking about is these, and I don't I don't know. They contained mats. Yeah, I get it, but you don't need to have that. You don't need to have that grave. You don't need to have that headstone spawn to have the mats in it. You can just have a satchel drop. Can you confirm that you in fact lose proportionally to the amount of skills you directly click on during the fight? No, Rack. You lose a percentage if you're green, or you lose a percentage if you're purple. You lose a percentage if you're red. The number of mats you drop is directly proportional to your flag state. Oh, you just wanted to point out that Steven was a clicker? Oh. Sorry. -6 on that one. Have I said that I hate military barbers? I was sitting there and there was a sort of Jahlon looking haircut. I thought, this isn't going to end how I want. My hair looks like it's trying to be my normal cut while being as close to Jay's as it can. It's not a good look. Thanks, fuckhead. Means a lot to me. I actually decided after the last... Well, first of all, hold up. First of all, if your hair in the military currently looks like this, if your hair currently looks like this, you are so the fuck far out of regulations that I don't know what to tell you. Because this is like 2 finger lengths. So if this is your hair, you're out of regs. That's all I want to say to you, first of all. Second of all, after getting my hair cut the last time, and now that I don't go down to a pure high and tight, I did realize that the high shave does look pretty bad. So I've decided I'm going to do a mid fade. FaZe, I am retired Air Force. I am a retired Air Force captain. I am the Air Force, the mighty, mighty chair force. I spend Thursdays on the golf course. I take every Friday off. You would have been Air Force 2 if you scored a little bit better on the ASVAB. Do I have it? Because do I need to tell you why? Why? Here is why. Because I don't know about you lads, but when it comes to determining my sleeping arrangements are usually determined by who I'm going to be sharing sleeping arrangements with. I don't want to sleep in the dust. I don't want to sleep next to trucks. I don't want to be in a Speedo next to another dude. But I definitely want to be in the branch of service that has a huge number of females. So, I'm just saying. By the way, what incentive do bounty hunters have to kill corrupted on equal grounds as a bounty hunter rather than just killing them as a non-bounty hunter? Because Dante, the progression, and you get an F- by the way, because this answer is on Ashes 101 and you should have already read it. Anybody else could get away with this question, but not you. There's actually an entire page called bounty hunting. And there's actually, you know what? Here's how much I'm going to embarrass you. Oh, it's actually not. Okay, you're safe. You're safe because I don't have it up there yet because I'm waiting. I think I'm waiting on one more key piece of information. But there is, yeah, he dodged that one because I didn't put it up yet, and I think I know why. It's in the notebook that's down there that has the 5 whys. What it is that the bounty hunting versus corrupted is part of the PvP seasons mechanic. So as a bounty hunter, yes, if you are a bounty hunter, you could stay in a green state. Remember, you can stay in a green state and you can hunt down corrupted. But when you willingly enter your bounty hunter state and you stay flagged as a legal combatant for the bounty hunters for an hour, then you earn rewards on the PvP season on your bounty hunter horizontal progression. So the advantage is if you hunt them down as a green, you fuck them over if they kill you. If you hunt them down as a bounty hunter, then you make vertical progression in your horizontal progression that is your that is in fact your PvP season. Clear as mud? Because I think that one is clear as mud. In Turkey, they would flick a lighter near your ear to burn off your ear hair. Yeah, man. Oh, I've seen that done before. I am not a fan. You know what else I'm not a fan of? I'm not a fan of when they use the corner of the clippers to try to like just trim up your ear hair. And now it's just funny. Now I just bring the ear hair clip trimmer with me and I'm just like, here, use this. I just hand it to him. Here you go. Like, fuck's sake, man. Don't put a fucking unsafe edge of a fucking vibrating razor in my goddamn ear canal. Thank you. I also get I get a razor on the sides. They have to use a safety razor because the state of Illinois doesn't allow anybody to use a straight razor unless they have the really old ass certification and a grandfather legacy straight razor. A guy up in where I'm home, my hometown, he passed away sadly. But I would go in with like hair like this and I would tell him that I want the sides straight razored. Man, he would not even he would not even mess around. He would just take the Barbazol, he would just put it around, and then he would just straight razor with it, even this long. And it's significantly long right now. He would just straight, you go in there, like you'd say to your buddy, man, I got to stop off and get a haircut. They'd be like, I don't got 30 minutes. I'd be like, fuck you, man. It's old man Mac. It's gonna be 7 swipes. Your dad was a barber for over 50 years. You grew up in barbershops and you've yet to find a barber in the military or at any base worth a damn. The only barbers I have found that were worth a damn were the guys at Lackland. But I mean, they were given one-size-fits-all haircuts. I actually go to a little place just off the base. They can do a military haircut faster than the people on the base. And it's a better quality. The hair's important, man. Haircuts are important. Speaking of haircuts, I'm hoping that in Ashes of Creation, haha, ham-fisted segue. I'm hoping that they have an Estesian setup where you can go in and change like your hair, your tats, your face, whatever. Not your face structure, but your face paint. Will this game have traditional Chinese? I'm going to go with no, not at first, for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's absolutely no point. There is absolutely no point for Intrepid to try to publish in China because China makes it nearly impossible for Western companies to publish directly. Everybody ends up having to go through like Tencent. So plus I don't think this game would be popular in China. I don't think this game would be popular in China. Number one, it's not a mobile, and that seems to be where the Chinese market is going at the moment. Not that that's good or not that that's bad. They will have a dedicated UK server. No, they will not. No, they will not. No, they will not. They will have a dedicated European server. They will not have a dedicated UK server. They may put a server in London. They may, because they can, because they're using AWS. Does it make sense to put a server in London? Sure, it absolutely does. Because you put a server in London, what you do to piss off London, since they left the EU due to Brexit, you put the server in Paris, Stockholm, Frankfurt, and Ireland, and you just piss off all the English. If you put the servers in Ireland and France and don't give London one, oh, you will make the English rage. They will lose their shit. They will. They will. And I will laugh my ass. Be like, yeah, you guys left the European Union. So, but yeah, the only place that Intrepid could even put a server right now would be Hong Kong. Because that's the only place AWS has server facilities is Hong Kong. And right now we all know that China and Hong Kong don't exactly see eye to eye. I once saw a salon in a shady neighborhood which had a picture of Sweeney Todd on the outside, and I wasn't sure how to feel about that. First of all, why were you in a shady neighborhood? Oh, wait, your entire country's shady. Number two, UK people aren't part of the EU anymore, so they will be fine without a hosted server in UK. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that given where the global infrastructure for Amazon is, I imagine that that's what they will do is they will do They will do Frankfurt and they will do London. I imagine Frankfurt and London will be where they'll put the servers for ping reasons. Amsterdam, do they have? No, they've got Milan, Paris, Stockholm, Frankfurt, Switzerland, Spain, London, or Ireland. Those are the only places they can put them. Because again, AWS, you got to go where they have. Just like I won't get a server in Illinois, even though Ohio is East Coast time. They'll probably put the Central Time Zone server in Ohio because it's close. It's close enough. Or they might just say, screw you guys. We'll do times and you're all going to be in North Virginia. I think Ohio's the better call. And I'm pretty certain that that's where the APOC server was. I'm pretty certain that the APOC server was in Ohio. All right, guys, we are about to close up our show today. We're going to do one more Stream Raiders. We're going to start early because, you know, I got to get ready. I got to get ready to mount this big bitch of a monitor. I got to clean my desk for the photograph. Also, I have to say, fuck you, Samsung. You told me that I would have my check. It's now Wednesday. It's now 3 days through the week, and I don't have my check. You know, 3 days through the week, I don't have my check. I signed my check request on 10 February. It's now 3 March. Where's my check? Where is my check? In many MMOs, Americans seem to have problems with timed events because of different time zones. Did they announce anything in that regard? Yes, there's going to be East, West, and Central time zone servers. So yes, that's been on the table forever. So, come on, guys. There we go. I got my 1 assist. 45 more matches, and I might finish. Good show today, guys. Very, 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 very good show today. Thank you for being understanding about why my show gets kind of weird halfway through. The office is 78 degrees. 78 degrees is miserable to try to be streaming in. I have an exhaust fan going. I have a little fan on my side table. We're a couple of weeks for from air conditioning. Will server time change when summer winter time frame changes? Well, yes, that's how time zones work. Daylight savings time, server time. When you say server time is the time where the server is. Event time will just naturally shift. They're not going to pull a Revelation Online and suddenly have all the times an hour off. And they're not going to pull a Arc Age where the times are now an hour off because they have everything, off of GMT, who doesn't celebrate or doesn't observe daylight savings time in the same way that everybody else does, which is not at all. So yeah, because they're going to be local time zone servers. They will change. Mountain time zone. Hey, yeah, I know Mountain time zone. Yeah, where it's an hour off half the year. That's because people don't understand the concept of time. Also, people got to realize that time zones are important because Arc Age lost a lot of West Coast players because West Coast players couldn't do that content. Hope they do season changes once a month and not once a week. Actually, they'd have to almost do 3 weeks. 3 weeks would allow Castle Sieges to be done under different seasons. If you do every week, then Castle Sieges are always going to be in the same season. Will I have unedited gameplay videos on YouTube from 19 March? Yes. I will have unedited gameplay videos, which will be my Twitch streams. I will try to do more segments. However, what's always against me is time. What's always against me is time. Editing a 5-hour stream takes like 5 hours. Because you have to watch. I mean, you can do it in 2.5 at times 2, but then you're spending a lot of time dicking around. Right now, I just got a lot of fingers and a lot of pies. Hopefully the studio redesign is finished. And like I told you guys, if you want to see what the new opening for my live streams are, my stinger transitions. Those are all on my Discord. I can't use them yet. I haven't accepted delivery. How long is an Ashes Day in our time hours? Do we have any info on that? Yeah, we do, but it's not finalized. There is a day-night cycle. But I mean, it's like when you say what's a day, what does it matter? And I'm not trying to be flippant, but what does it matter how long a day is? 15 minutes, maybe 1 hour in game time. So 4 hours to a real hour. So 6 hours. If Vera operates on a 24-hour day, then you have 4 Veran days per every Earth day. But I mean, that's kind of irrelevant. They'll also end up changing. I have a feeling they'll end up changing that because when you use the divisor of 4, what happens is, and I'll switch back down real quick, even though I wanted to leave. So, but it's a good question. The problem becomes is game time versus player time. So if it's 4 hours per 1 Earth hour, right? So we're going to start at noon and noon, right? I should probably do this. Let me do this. Noon is game time. Yellow is real world time. So we're going to start it, or let's not start at noon because then we're going to be halfway through a day. Let's do midnight game time, midnight real world time. And then when we go to 1 o'clock real world time, it's 4 a.m., right? And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you've got 4, 8, noon. You've got 4, 8, midnight. You've got 4, 8, noon. You've got 4, 8, midnight. The problem with doing it on the 4:15 quarters is that at midnight game time, or at midnight real world time, it's always midnight in game. So if your play window is 3 hours, right? Well, if your play time is always 3 hours, then you're never going to get to 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. and the hours that approach midnight. If you have events that happen, like Final Fantasy XI, you had to go to Velcrum Dunes at a certain time of day to get certain items. You have to shift it. You have to shift it to have something other than a 4-to-1 ratio, because a 4-to-1 ratio lines up exactly so that you're always experiencing the same time over and over and over again. You need to do like a 5-to-1 or a 3-to-1 so that eventually when I'm playing at midnight, it's not midnight in game. So I am going to get out of here because if I take that question, then I'm going to be here for at least another 15 minutes. But Critical Zen, you can ping me on that one on Friday, or you can ping me on the Discord, and if I have time, I will answer it on the Discord. With that said, guys, I'm out of here. I gotta unmount everything on my desk. I gotta get ready because Zetrix likes to make me spend money. You know, I'm thinking that this big bitch is gonna get on my desk today. That's my goal. So God damn it, Zetrix. He couldn't have found me a $600 monitor that had an HDR of 400. No. Yeah, I'm getting prepared for AOC. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go see my daughter. She texted me when she got home. She wasn't feeling good. I'm gonna go check on her. And then I'm gonna get something to eat because I'm getting ready to eat.